All right, good morning, everyone. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Welcome back to another day of live stream coverage. Have a few updates to share with you guys, such as a crucial update I received this morning that prompted the live stream at this time, and that is that the interstate is underwater near Arlington due to the Stillaguamish hitting major flood stage. So it does look like, I'm not sure if I-5 is closed, but it is underwater according to several reports. So this just in, I just discovered this a few minutes ago. All right, Connor Neely, good morning. You must have rung the bell. Wise choice. Hope you got some rest. Not very much, but it's gonna have to do. You know, it's gonna have to do. I got enough to be somewhat functional this morning, but you know we're gonna grind through it. Chewing on a cough drop to start things out. That's probably how today is gonna be. But once again, welcome in everyone. Anthony, Puget Sound Stormwatch, going live here. So looking at the radar right now, the axis of moisture has begun to slide south. We'll notice the difference if we go back in time here. So you notice how yesterday morning, about 22 hours ago or so, the axis of moisture was way up north here. It's really begun to slide south here overnight. And you noticed here around 1 a.m. this morning or so, starting to give us a little break up here in extreme North Whatcom County, and it continues to slide south today. See, and we're not even getting much of a rain shadow by the looks of it over Seattle at this time. At least according to this radar that I'm using, but it's sliding south, and hopefully, according to forecast, by the time it slides south enough to impact southwest Washington, it should start to run out of moisture. That's what we're hoping for. It may hopefully start to give a break to some of these northern rivers up here. Hello everyone, welcome in, especially YouTube audience. Good morning. Let's check some gauges out. First thing I noticed when I refresh is, yes, Stillaguamish here, major flooding. Sure enough, reports of I-5 underwater here in the Stillaguamish Valley. See if we can get it to load up here for just a sec. Yep, there we go. Luckily, it appears to be on a somewhat downward trend at this moment. Hoping maybe the southward propagation of this line of precip here may start to give it a break. But you notice there's still a lot of rain right now up in the Stillaguamish headwaters, especially the North Fork up here. Yeah, we have crossed the major flood line. Still expected to get up to 20.87 feet by 10 a.m. and then rapidly start to drop off after that. Yeah, and then still looking to hit major flooding very soon here, the Skagit in Mount Vernon. 31.45 feet as of an hour ago. Should be getting an update there very soon. Forecasted to hit major flood stage anytime in the next 3 to 4 hours or so. And luckily, they've adjusted the amount down quite a bit, but we're still looking to break the all-time record by 2 feet. At least it's not 4 to 5 feet like it was showing last night. So a pretty decent trend there. Let's check upstream because this has been major flooding all night. It doesn't look... They've adjusted forecasts down pretty tremendously since last night. Again, great news. Probably accounting for that that faster southward moving atmospheric river, which is reducing a lot of stress up here, which is, again, a saving grace. But we're up at concrete. We're still almost 9 feet above major flood stage and still threatening that all-time record. But we may generously miss that all-time record up there. And hopefully we should start to dip off after that. But it's still going to be between later tonight, early tomorrow morning before we dip out of major flood stage. And in case you're tuning in and just missed it, heaviest of rain beginning to let up here, way up north, and more so aimed here at the Central Sound. And we're not getting much of a rain shadow from what I can see over this area. Let's check out, see what radar scope has to show. Might tell a different story. Hang on just a second, stand by. There we go. Oh, and we broke it. Okay, there we go. They might be able to see a little bit of a wind shadow, but we're not getting or a rain shadow, but we're not getting that much rain shadowing today from what I can see. And hold on, we might have broken the app again. Yep, we did. Radar scope broke. We crashed it, everyone. Yeah, heavy rain beginning to take over the Central South Sound again. I woke up to rain pelting my window. So again, continue to put stress on some of the rivers in the area, like the Snoqualmie and Tolt, for example. Expected to see major flooding again if we're not already doing so here at the Falls, which continues to see major flooding. And the gauge, looks like the gauge has been repaired. They finally repaired it here in Renton, but we are seeing major flooding in Renton city limits by the looks of it. Does anyone have any idea what's going on out there? Let's see if we can get anything from the city of Renton on this. I think Snohomish set its records. Yep, honestly, better late than never on the Renton gauge, but good thing is it took a nosedive recently. And might be safe initially from that record, but with the heavy rain falling over, I think it's Chester Morse right now. There's heavy rain falling in the area of Chester Morse, so have to watch that very closely. Staying to the north right now, but this axis is going to begin to slide south throughout the day and then hopefully start to dry out as it moves south. Yeah, rain in Chester Morse. It may drive that river a little higher. Hang on, we lost it. Okay, there we go. May drive that river level, the reservoir level, a little higher. Same with the Howard Hanson. I'm still waiting for updates on the Mud Mountain Dam as well, but we're not seeing anything from the outflow right now. See, we had a pretty good outflow rate last night, and then they started to reduce it. I haven't seen a sudden release of anything. They bumped up the South Prairie Creek here back up to major. They're expecting that to hit major by 10 a.m. But judging by the trend, it may fall just short of major flood stage once more. This is for the town of South Prairie. Yeah, all the purple dots this morning are just ridicule. Let's see. It was an adventure on the roads today. I believe it. I certainly believe it. Judy Ray, good morning. Olga, we had a water main line break here in Maple Valley. Not fun to wake up to no water. I am very, very sorry to hear that. Maple Valley Highway has flooding in spots. Mudslide, Tiger Mountain. First time I've heard that report. The downtown Renton today, 15 hours ago. I'm not seeing initially anything for Renton. Yeah, another page mentioned the forecast is bouncing around so erratically for these rivers. It's really hard to tell if they're going to major flood or not in some spots. But yeah, Snohomish at Snohomish. I just saw this update here. We did break the all-time high, and we're still climbing at the moment. So as of about 5:45 this morning, we broke the record all-time high for the Snohomish River at Snohomish. Describe what a rain shadow is. Yeah, so the Olympics are higher terrain. and they force up the moisture. Once the rain approaches the west side, forces it up and forces the moisture out of the clouds that move through. And the east side, the leeward side here, is normally drier and warmer because we have those downslope compressional heating winds too. So normally cooler and wetter on the west side, warmer and drier on the east side. This is why eastern Washington is so arid and we're so wet for the most part over here. Yeah, it forces that moisture up, forces the moisture out of the clouds, and dries out the air mass over an area east of the mountains here, aka the leeward side. So again, weather goes up, and it doesn't survive the downfall of the mountains. Just to keep it in layman's terms. Yeah, basically the mountain is straining the water source from the air, such as you would squeeze a sponge over the area. You know, you get all that water dumped on you on the west side, but you're bone dry on the east side. Lost power at 5 p.m. for only a few minutes, out again at 2 a.m. Generator is running. How's Spotted Lake spillway doing? I don't have any way to monitor that here on the flood site, unfortunately. And this little teal contour here, this is an aerial flood advisory for the Seattle metro area here, the immediate Puget Sound. It's until 11:30 a.m. this morning. See a few other people live too, and it looks like we're going to have a lot of live stream coverage this morning. Yeah, this is from Tacoma all the way at the Everett aerial flood advisory. Basically, at this point, I'm just relying on eyewitness reports in the chat to make these guesstimations for dams in the area. Not sure if they have a way to monitor the Lake Spada Dam above Sultan. Thank you, Terry Crone, for your generous donation of 99 stars. Very much appreciate that. A word on the Cowlitz. Right now, still major flooding. It's been major flooding for 24 hours plus at this point. But slight improvement in the forecast. It looks like by tomorrow morning we'll be below major flooding, barring any erratic changes for the Cowlitz here at Randall. But no flooding occurring and no flooding expected again. It took a really generous trend here at Packwood. Seems like it was only a short time we were at major flooding up there, and not even close to the all-time record. Puyallup near Ordings rising again. It's at minor flood stage. Luckily, just as I thought last night, they adjusted that trend downward quite a bit. Not expected to hit major flooding anymore here in Ording today, at least initially. Wilkeson Creek just crested and houses are flooding. Yeah, the creeks aren't doing too hot during this event. They adjusted Issaquah Creek down to moderate. They were showing this breaking an all-time high last night, but I saw by the trend, I was like, this is starting to flatline. Around the time we ended the stream last night, I checked out some things later on before I fell asleep. I noticed it started to flatline, and I thought, okay, we're most likely going to be spared from any major flooding here in downtown Issaquah. Still moderate flooding in the Issaquah Creek area at this time. It's still expected to occur until later this morning, early afternoon time. Good news is, looks like at least initially right now, flooding is done for the South Fork Stilly here in Granite Falls. At the moment we are. Yeah, in case you missed it, reports are that I-5 has been submerged in water here in the Still-Squamish River Valley before it climbs up the hill here around the I-5-530 junction area. It's probably starting to see some inundation here in areas of Stanwood here before we go on Camino Island. There's a hilly part of Stanwood here, and then there's a valley part, and the valley part would be in danger of a flash flood. And as you see, this flash flood watch is still in effect until tomorrow. For the potential for a dike or levee breach upstream of the Skagit here in Cedro, which again would likely jump the hillside here, Pioneer Highway. this is lower elevation right here. It would ride along the lower elevation and skirt the bay into Stanwood, which has excess pressure put on the area by the Stilly. Its delta is right in here too. Route 530 Rockport is the Sauk River. Hello, Keith. Good morning. With the rate of speed that the water is flowing down these rivers, why does it take hours for the high water to travel? Well, that's an excellent question. I wish I had an excellent answer for you. But I could at least give you a theory, perhaps. There's a bunch of little striations there in the valley. Some areas lower than others, some areas higher than others, that the water has to adjust for. So, like most, if not every entity in physics, a fluid, much less a gas, but in this case a fluid, is going to take the path of less resistance from higher pressure to lower pressure. In this case, higher elevation being higher pressure and lower elevation being lower pressure. So it does gain velocity as it goes downhill, but only if it's in a relatively straight line. And a lot of these river valleys, these are not just a straight line downhill. You do have twists and turns here. If you've ever been in some sort of wind tunnel, you would know that the wind velocity is greatest when you're in a straight line of fire from the source of wind. If you have these curves and kinks along the river here, that's going to impede your flow and build up resistance. If you know what I mean. Flash flood warning in Anacortes. No, so there's a flash flood watch in effect that technically includes Anacortes, but there's no immediate risk to Anacortes. That's because the NWS put that watch for a zone that they have. They have these individual areas broken up into zones. Like, for example, Western Whatcom County here, including Bellingham, this is a zone. They wouldn't just issue a flash flood watch for a certain part of Bellingham. This would be the Bellingham Western Whatcom County zone. In this case, Western Skagit County, including the islands here and Fidalgo Island, that is one zone. And they have Northwest Snohomish County here as its own zone with the cutoff at the county line. So this technically includes the two zones they have. Yeah, very misleading, and I've seen a lot of comments talking about Anacortes in the Swinomish Indian Reservation here. And even the islands out here. And yeah, I mean, they're reasonable to, say that that's wrong because it is by definition. It's anywhere along the Skagit, including Stanwood here, along the Stilly here. This is the actual flood watch. But it extends to outside areas like Arlington, which likely wouldn't be affected by a direct breach of a levee up here, because it's a little further upstream than Stanwood and water flows westward. It's very hard to backflow up a river unless you have a huge surge, like a tsunami-like surge. Yeah, this is just two zones that they're showing here, with all of Western Skagit County being an individual zone, not broken up into smaller pieces. I-5 is not underwater, as I read. Oh, there's an alert. We got an EAS already this morning. What's this? That was a surprise. Mostly cloudy 48. Ellensburg, partly cloudy 47. Oh. Wind northwest 18. Well, I was not expecting that. Yeah, crisis. Let's see, what time did they upgrade that? That was 25 minutes ago. They upgraded the South Prairie Creek to major flooding forecast. It was at moderate the whole time, but they bumped it up to major. But it took 25 minutes for them to relay the emergency alert system activation. So that's why I was so surprised. Yeah, so I have a collection of NOAA weather radios, and they're all set to certain channels around the area. Well, if I wasn't awake before, I sure as heck am awake now. Yeah, so heads up. They bumped up the flood warning for the South Prairie Creek at South Prairie from moderate to major severity. And that prompted an activation of the emergency alert system in the area. So moderate flooding is occurring and major flooding is forecast. So they bumped up that forecast for the South Prairie Creek, as you see here. And it looks like, yeah, it's about to make a beeline there for that major line. Expected to hit over 9,000 cubic feet per second of flow here in the next couple of hours or so. Areas not directly near the rivers at any risk. All I'm going to say is know your area. If you know you're in the floodplain, then you don't want to be by the river ideally. But if you're up on the hill, you're fine. If you're overlooking any river, you know, if you're on any of these hills up here, you know, if you're up on the hills up here in Snohomish or Skagit County, then you are safe. You know, there's individual terrain features here that are safe while others are not. And I was talking about this before too, because we were looking at the floodplain here. And if we zoom out, you see there's individual areas here that are safe from one another. Like most of Mount Vernon, not down the hill here, and most of Cedar Woolley up here would be safe in these events. Yeah, that was pretty loud. Like pretty much every single alert radio went off at once. Auburn, Kent Valley. Let's check out some observations. Hey guys, see a lot of your comments coming in today. I'll get to them as soon as possible. These over just a few minutes here. Looks like we made a beeline up towards 100 viewers already on YouTube. Hang on, I gotta share this link to a few places. Sounds like from a verifiable source. Tensions are pretty high. They're arguing about what they want to do up at the Mud Mountain Dam. Talked about releases today. Sounds like some people are on board, some people aren't. Courtesy of U.S. Army Corps of Engineers up there. Hang on, I gotta cross-post this to my Twitter and Blue Sky as well, and then we'll be back. How unstable is the soil getting? Extremely. As it keeps getting more unstable by the hour across the area. We've seen a number of land and mudslides already. Alright, gotta post the blue sky too. Alright, Highway 18 closed in both directions from I-90 to Issaquah Hobart Road over Tiger Summit due to a landslide. And again, remember, this area is going to be devastated with traffic because they still have I-90 closed eastbound due to a mudslide yesterday. And they have Highway 202 closed in Snoqualmie city limits all the way through Fall City. It's going to be extremely difficult to travel around these areas, especially traveling eastbound over Snoqualmie Pass. It's just not going to be fun today. Alrighty, let's see here. Okay, over 100 of you guys with us on YouTube, 57 on Facebook. Hello everyone, good morning. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. So already, let's see, today I didn't stream Sunday, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's our 4th day straight of streaming this flood weather coverage around the area. Yeah, Auburn, Kent Valley. Minor flooding here. You're talking about the Green River Valley here. Minor flooding with moderate forecast at this time. Expected to hit moderate flood stage sometime Saturday morning and flutter between minor and moderate flood stage. And even continue at minor flood stage all the way into next weekend. This is the current, looks like this is about a 9 to 10 day forecast. And it just shows it hanging out a minor flood stage here near Auburn, which would not be great for areas, assuming it's Howard Hanson downstream, down towards Kent, would not be favorable for that area, for sure. About Burlington, yeah. They downtreaded the forecast significantly, but still expecting major flooding here in Mount Vernon very shortly. It does look like that this major flood line up here is starting to flatline and even decrease a little bit. So that may have just saved the concrete area from a record-breaking flood. Still, it's currently forecast in the next hour and a half to get very close to that major flood line. But I'm noticing a flat line and even a slight decrease as of recently, which again is, it may not be the greatest news, but it's still, it's still decent news compared to what we've had before. I noticed too, they downgraded this here. I believe they had this warned for major flooding near Saxon Bridge, and it only ended up just barely getting over minor flood stage, which saving grace to that area, but still not doing so good from North Cedarville downstream. And with the town of Sumas still evacuated, that downgrade doesn't mean much for this area. But noticing a lot of downgrades and a number of upgrades too. But still, many more downgrades are what I'm seeing compared to last night, which is great news for these areas. Yeah, Burlington still expected to flood. It's still expected to go over that record by almost 2 feet, but it's not like 4 to 5 feet like it was showing last night. It's showing it over 40 feet here, but still expected to break that record, unfortunately. And we're very close to entering major flood stage if we haven't already. There's about an hour delay between these observations. But based on the upward trend I'm seeing, we would have already gone over major flood stage by now in Burlington city limits, which again should be evacuated ideally. If we get the windstorm, trees will be down everywhere. That's going to be something that we'll be looking at as well. Because there's been some minor windstorm potential showing up in the models for early next week, and we'll have to keep our eyes on that. Someone asked about the Puyallup. So they downgraded this alert to moderate forecasting, thankfully. See, we actually dipped below flood stage for quite some time last night. The oscillations here are due to an issue with the gauge. Weather radio alarm. So someone else has their weather radio programmed correctly. Was my reminder to log on to YouTube and find your page. We got an earthquake right now. Oh yeah, we'd be SOL. There would be liquefaction everywhere. This is literally the soil turning into liquid. It's all solid goes to liquid. But the Puyallup River is rising again here in Orting and should hit moderate flood stage by later this morning. Is expected to hit just below major flood stage now by 10 a.m. and then hopefully fall below flood stage by early this afternoon. Downstream here at Puyallup, we have gone below flood stage, thankfully. We've had a max crest so far of 27.72 feet, 2:30 yesterday afternoon. Expected to get up a little bit higher here, close to a foot higher, but we're not even close to that moderate flood line right now. Still about a foot and a third below that moderate flood level, but we'll get a little bit higher than we saw, judging by the trends, and see it's about to go back up in the minor flood stage here. But then should safely fall off after that by later tonight. So flooding threats downstream from the Puyallup look pretty minimal right now. More concerned to hear about what's going on at the Mud Mountain Dam and see when they're going to be releasing that. But you notice they have downgraded this to minor flooding. Not expecting anything above a minor flood right now. But if this forecast holds, this would again keep the White River near Auburn also at minor flooding for several days in the forecast. This is actually, again, this is all the way out into next Thursday. It doesn't have it going below that minor flood line. So both the Green and the White River here in Auburn city limits could hold minor flood stage for over a week if this verifies. Which would be not great for them, to say the least. North Bend River. You're talking about the Snoqualmie going through North Bend? There's no upstream gauges here. We can only base it off of Snoqualmie Falls here. And it looks like the falls we're making a run for the record last night. Didn't quite get there, and they were expecting to get way up there today, but the forecast has since downtrended significantly. Still major flooding, but we should not see a flow as high as yesterday. And again, should quickly drop off out of flood stage by, at the very least, midnight tomorrow. So again, changes to the projections, and a lot of people have been talking about how erratic this forecast has been. Yes, that is true. Flood models having a really hard time forecasting the oscillation north and south of this atmospheric river. As you can see, it's starting to work its way south, and will start to hopefully relieve some pressure on some rivers like the Nooksack, for example. But still quite a bit of rain here over the headwaters of the Skagit. The Stilly right up here, Stillaguamish. Snoqualmie, Tolt, Skycomish. Starting to move down here in the Pierce County, so we could see some water levels rise here for the rivers roaring off Mount Rainier soon. Again, that atmospheric river still taking some time to move south, but it is moving south. Which again, sometimes the models struggle with. So they have to readjust these forecasts on a very short-term basis. Did I get enough sleep? Probably not even close. Someone asked Keith, what's his page name? If you're talking about Randy's page, Whatcom County Weather. Whatcom County Weather. 410 closed again, both directions in Sumner. Is that the same area yesterday where it closed under Traffic Avenue? Yeah, the flooding down there, not looking as intense as yesterday, but again, even minor flooding can do widespread impacts. Again, upstream gauges like the Puyallup trending down since yesterday. I believe, yeah, we tied the all-time record flow here Let's get an exact time on this. At 6 o'clock a.m. yesterday, we tied the all-time high flow for the Puyallup River near Orting. Yeah, same area. So Traffic Avenue again underwater. And this may be exacerbated by some releases from the Mud Mountain Dam. I'm not sure how much they're releasing. But this gauge that shows the release here is nowhere near as high as it was yesterday. See, around this time, last observation was 8 a.m. 8 a.m. yesterday, we were at 7130. Never mind, we're a little bit higher at this time yesterday. At this time now than we were at this time yesterday. Just a little bit. It's noticeable, but it's not super noticeable. So I guess it's justified to see why it's flooding over 410 right now. And let's see, at this time yesterday, so 6:45 was the last observation, 115.8 feet. And 6:45 yesterday morning, we're at about 115.5. And just a tad bit higher on the White River too. So a little bit higher on the Puyallup and White Rivers near Sumner at this time today than compared to yesterday. So I could see why 410's flooding over again, even if it's minor. Yeah, I guess let's check the wind forecast since someone mentioned that earlier. Had the new 6Z European off the press as of recently. And let's check winds for the Sunday night, Monday morning time frame. Yeah, that would be a problem if that verified. That would be a big time problem. This would be Monday afternoon and night. This would be late Monday morning, early Monday afternoon. And how consistently has it been showing this? Pretty consistently. Yesterday's 0Z wasn't showing it as well. It seems to be a recent uptrend in the last 6 runs or so. And let's see why this would be. Because last time I saw we had around a 990 millibar surface low making a close approach. Let's see if it's still the low or if it's a front coming in from a low. Yeah, it's an area of low pressure here. It's only about 1,002 millibars. So it shows it weaker than previous, but it actually deepens down to 998 when it moves on the Vancouver Island. And the resulting pressure gradient would definitely bring some strong winds to this area late Monday morning into late Monday afternoon if that were the case. See, pretty favorable pressure gradient across the area. And again, they're talking about Pineapple Express potential here too, and I'm starting to see the signal improve for that. Improve as in not the improve you want to see, as in higher confidence here. So Hawaii's down here. This is about as textbook of a Pineapple Express as you can get. But luckily the pattern looks fairly more progressive than what we're seeing, and it should be in and out of here in hopefully no more than a day. But it won't hang up on one specific area over a whole day. It'll be over a specific area in anywhere from 6 to 12 hours. So less than half the time likely, which again will reduce pressure on these rivers. But if these rivers stay running high, because see, it shows we have a frontal system coming through Sunday morning as well, which could bring a brief spike to those area of rivers ahead of that Pineapple Express. But yeah, starting to see improved signs of a Pineapple Express event affecting the area late Sunday night, early Monday morning, and then continuing into later Monday morning. And then right behind that Pineapple Express, wind. That would not be good. That would be horrendous for the entire area if that were to happen. Especially those flooded areas. Because see, again, you have the Pineapple Express come through and then immediately followed by strong, close to damaging winds if this were to verify. I'm not liking this forecast to kick off next week, to be honest. I'm really not liking it. Very, very concerning at this time. So yeah, up here in the foothills too. Again, the European usually has this to a T. It's showing ridiculous wind gusts up here along I-90 too. Part to North Bend, 55 to 60 if that were to verify. That would be horrid up there. With all the mudslides going on right now, and in case you guys missed it, a mudslide just shut down Tiger Mountain. As in just shut down Highway 18 from Issaquah Hobart into Snoqualmie Ridge there. Which again, I-90 eastbound still shut down at North Bend, and Highway 202, widespread shutdowns through the town of Snoqualmie and parts of North Bend too. So detours for that area becoming very limited at this time. Jana Anderson says, this live is so thorough and informative. Thank you. Yeah, sure thing. Gladly. Thank you, Mrs. G6725 for the kind words. NWS raised the water level of Snohomish near Monroe. Let's go check it out, shall we? As in they raised the record level? Because if so, then yes, you're right. So we already broke the record today. The all-time high record for the Snohomish at Snohomish here. And it looks like that's soon going to be in jeopardy, very soon, for upstream here near Monroe as well. Expected to break the record by nearly 3 feet, which is just terrible. Luckily, we had a downward trend just in time before getting within the danger zone of breaking this all-time record high here at the Skykomish near Gold Bar. And still expected to major flood for quite some time, but it looks like we have hit the apex, hopefully for the extended period. So I think as of right now, this record here is safe. Still safe from the record here in Carnation as well. Expecting a downward trend as the day goes on. Should be out of major flood stage by early tomorrow morning. And again at the falls, we were expecting to get very close to the record flood stage, but a huge downtrend in the forecast, a saving grace. Cedar near Landsberg, not expected to get to that record anymore. Again, a small but noticeable downtrend. Probably accounting for the southward movement of the atmospheric river moisture axis. And again, it took long enough, but they finally fixed the Renton gauge here after several days. But notice quite a big drop-off here in the last hour, so that may spare Renton city limits from possibly breaking that all-time high. But you notice the forecast still has it hitting that all-time high in Renton city limits as soon as 10 a.m. if this forecast were to verify. So unless we can get a pretty big spike up here, I'm not seeing this happening initially. How often do they update their projections? I believe they do it at least hourly. At the very least, they do it hourly. That's why we check back as often as we do and refresh. They should show the flood levels every 15 minutes depending on the river. So observations should be every 15 minutes. The forecast should be at least every hour. And I'm just seeing some really horrifying videos all over Facebook and social media of the flooding around the area. All right. We need a break to dry up the soil. Yes, we do. Good news is it looks like we get a bit of a break Friday and Saturday. Before that next system clips us Sunday. See, heavier rain moving into the Everett area right now, about to cross North Kitsap here. This rain-shadowed area really filled in. Now, I don't really have a good explanation as to why this rain shadow isn't present today. You know, there could be some forcing mechanisms aloft that could be playing with the rain shadow coverage a bit, but I'm not seeing as intense of a rain shadow, at least initially. We may have had a shift in the wind direction, but the wind direction aloft should not have changed. Surface level wind probably, but again, several thousand feet up to 10,000, 20,000 feet in the atmosphere, the wind direction should not have changed. See, it's sagging south, but the clouds, as you can see, are way north of the area, but the moisture axis is sagging south. You can see this high pressure influence on the atmospheric river, and see, it's already looking like a Pineapple Express here. The Hawaii right there, up and over, boom. It looks like we may have our next system Monday here in Bear Clinic leaf stage, which means it's starting to develop bent back occlusion. It might be just after Bear Clinic leaf stage. Yeah, see, we have a system embedded in that flow, and that's going to make a close approach Monday. Let me see if I can show you guys the forecast here on windy. Let's switch it to wind gusts. Again, we're watching this because you can already see the comma forming here. So it has matured past the Bear Clinic leaf stage, which is literally where it looks like a leaf. Yeah, it doesn't have that comma shape yet, which means it's starting to rotate counterclockwise like a typical mid-latitude cyclone would. How are things in Sultan? Last time I checked, not great. Sultan was underwater last night. I believe it's still underwater today. You see, this is the atmospheric river, and it looks like it's going to be carrying this maturing system into our area. Question is, how strong will it be when it hits, and where exactly will it hit? Yeah, as we go through tonight, it shows it rapidly developing here. The forecast has it around 992 right now, but by midnight it has it down to 983. You see, it's gathering a lot of wind there. These are wind gusts once more. The good news is, now that I'm seeing it, it flings it out to sea, but there's something else that forms out here. I believe it's starting to form out here, and that's probably going to be our concern. I see it's rotating about another system, kind of like a Fujiwara effect. By this time, the atmospheric river should be well north of our area and pose no hazard until it resurges into our area Sunday night into Monday. We'll have to watch. There's a system in here somewhere that forms and moves very close to the coast. I believe it's this one here, but luckily it looks like it's weakening a little bit as it moves towards us. But yeah, there's a little bit of a kink in the flow here. That would be a surface low trying to get going here. Again, here comes the Pineapple Express. Sunday night here. And yeah, see that little deviation there in the flow, the line there? That's our system coming in Monday that we're watching very closely. See the wind gusts kicking up quite a bit here in the area Monday morning. And then this system expects to make landfall somewhere along South or Central Vancouver Island. And see in the foothills here, it already has these wind gusts well over 60 miles per hour. But luckily, there's not very many people that live north of I-90 and south of US 2, which would help. But around this area in general, it's showing 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts yet again. This is Monday afternoon. That system comes in right after the bulk of that Pineapple Express pushes through. That is definitely a concerning signal, for sure. Seeing maybe cold and snow around the 24th, 25th. Depends on what model you're looking at. If you're looking at the GFS, scrap it, throw it away right now. The GFS is usually whack when it comes to snow forecasts. So far, nothing the GFS has shown has verified, because it throws a windstorm here in the southwest Oregon, northwest California that would bring snow into the area. Again, we just haven't seen anything remotely close to verifying. See, this would be, if we had Arctic air up here, this would be a tremendous setup, a great setup. But it's not going to happen. I can almost guarantee you this is not going to happen. See, it's just showing a relentless last week of the year here, but this is the GFS we're talking about, folks. This model does not have a great reputation. So take that forecast with a grain of salt. Almost just completely forget you saw it here at all. So let's see what the NAM has to show. See, it shows that area moisture continuously moving south today. Let me make sure. Okay, we need the most up-to-date one. That would definitely help. Yeah, again, it shows that moisture moving south towards Pierce and Lewis counties today, but eventually drying out. And then we could have a little bit of around 2 tonight. It's like 2 little impulses of moisture here, with a very small break between them, a few hours at most. And again, looks like North Sound's going to be under the gun with this tonight. But then gradually turning to weak showers as we go throughout the day Friday. And then looking like a break for the most part Saturday. But then see, we're on the tail end of what looks like a frontal system. Some sort of impulse coming in. But luckily not looking overly impressive when it comes to rainfall amounts in that aspect. And it'll be a quick move or two. It shouldn't hang up over the area, so I'm not seeing any major concern Friday through Saturday. Just have to get those rivers to clear. And with the combination of high tides in the area, it may take a while for that to happen. We may not get these rivers evacuated of water just in the nick of time before the next Pineapple Express system comes through. So again, Saturday's system doesn't look too potent, fairly progressive, going into Sunday morning, but it's Sunday night onwards that is concerning. Although it looks much more progressive than what we had before, which is true. The fact that we have a wind threat immediately after it, I watch the tail end of the Pineapple Express moves through, and within a few hours we have wind in the area. Like literally, this is the wind maker here. This is the Pineapple Express right there. These are in 3-hour intervals. So literally within about 6 hours of the Pineapple Express moving south, boom, here's a potential windstorm for some areas. This again is Monday afternoon. And then still has a suggestion of maybe this atmospheric river moving back north. But right now the European has it sagging south into California, giving them some of the action. But of course, this brings a trough in. The upper level trough above it swings in, and this brings us additional chances of storms in this area. Not atmospheric rivers, Pineapple Expresses, anything like that, but our usual traditional fall storms that produce wind and scattered rainfall. But not a fire hose of rainfall like we're seeing right now and expected to see possibly on Monday. Jennifer 6984, I would take that forecast with a grain of salt right now. Again, that's extremely far in the long range. It most likely will not verify like that. Sorry to rain on your parade. Not going to snow on your parade, but I'm going to rain on your parade. Okay, it looks like the Puyallup went back in the moderate. So back in the moderate flood stage here upstream of Puyallup and Ording. Yeah, just the number of purple dots we have is just straight ridicule. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 purple dots, which again, purple dots, not the squares, but the dots, are observed major flooding. 10 different zones in western Washington, and even the Wenatchee here in Peshastin on the east side is major flooding at the moment. Like you know it's a strong atmospheric river when the east side rivers are getting major flooding. Like that's just how you know. You know, like some people have said, we're literally living through a historical weather event right now. This will go down in the record books. We've already broken these all-time high records for some areas, like the Snohomish at Snohomish has officially broken its all-time high and is expected to ride that all-time high all the way into tomorrow morning. So, of course, for areas that had to evacuate down here, like the EB Island, for example, and the EB Slough in general, you know? And then, of course, we're getting dangerously close to that record high here upstream a little bit in Monroe, too, right at the Three River tributary underneath Highway 522 here. So, again, I think that once 522 gets into the valley here, I believe this part may be low enough to flood. But, again, if you've driven over this area regularly, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, this is right around where the Snoqualmie and the Skykomish merge into the Snohomish here. Just right upstream of it. See, they literally merge right underneath Highway 522 here, where the gauge is. Yeah, judging by the current patterns, unless we get a lot of rain up here over Chester Morse in the next couple of hours, I'm not seeing Renton breaking that record high initially. I'd see it's definitely raining pretty good, but it looks like the rain down here is going to let up a little bit, but this is eventually going to slide south and fill in the sound again. Yeah, at least as of recently, I heard the rain finally let up down here in the Tacoma area. You can see just an hour ago, much more widespread, heavier rain. It looks like we're finally starting to let up here, at least for a little bit, from Seattle southward, which again should be a saving grace to some of these rivers down here, at least initially. East side of the bridge would probably be lower. Yeah, I haven't seen the flood maps for Monroe city limits in particular. I know the west side of the bridge is higher. Again, not entirely sure about the terrain in the Monroe area. My concern would be the bridge directly over the river here, whether or not it's high enough to be safe from this major flooding. Thank you, Alex Ryder02, for verifying that. So yeah, 522 overpass would be safe. It looks like it goes way above the river, but there's a couple of roads down below it from what I've heard that would be at risk if they're not already flooding over. Yeah, 522 overpass is safe according to a couple of reports, which is good news. Yeah, not helping the Pilchuck one bit, which drains into this. We haven't seen flooding yet, but is expected to minor flood here in the next hour or so. You know, this is just because, of course, the Pilchuck drains into it and it won't have any river to drain into, so it's going to back up a little bit here into this gauge, along Highway 2. Just how far upstream would it back up? Unknown, but it shouldn't back up too far. Just around the Snohomish city limits here, most likely. Oh, I got a DM here on X/Twitter. All right, look at that. I was just talking about it, and they just canceled the flood warning for the Pilchuck. Little downward trend, but it looks like the Pilchuck right now is not going to flood, which is good news. Again, they just canceled the flood warning for the Pilchuck here. Rainfall today will be light enough to not cause further flooding. Again, flood warning is canceled for the Pilchuck near Snohomish. Thursday stage was 17.3 feet, expected to continue falling. So good news for those of you along the Pilchuck. Yeah, if the Pilchuck River is absolutely flooding, then I wonder what really made them justify canceling the flood warning as soon as they did. Orchard Avenue has water over the roadway. Yeah, I can imagine, yeah, the mouth and a little bit upstream definitely flooded because the river has nothing to drain into. You know, the Snohomish River in that area is literally at an all-time high record of flooding. So, yeah, I could see flooding directly upstream of the Pilchuck, but it looks like their confidence is decreasing in further flooding along the Pilchuck. So currently I could see yes, but further up the river here, probably lower confidence now. Asking about Skagit Valley again. Yeah, again, current major flood for the Skagit River at Concrete. I don't know, it's starting to try to go back up again. Let's see. It's going to get close to that record. It's going to get within a foot. But not expected to hit the record right now. But expected to see max crest of 41.2 feet. So right now, we're at 40.95 feet. Expected to get up to 41.2 by 10 a.m. And decrease to 41.06 by 4. And then hopefully drop out of major flood stage between 10 o'clock tonight and 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. That would be from Rockport downstream into some of these areas like Lyman, Hamilton, Cedar River, for example. Still some concerns about the levee possibly breaching up here in Cedar River. That's why you see this little contour for a flash flood watch here. Again, this is based on the NWS zoning, not a specific area. So Western Skagit County here, the zone that they have, not including the Northwest Snohomish County zone here, covers this entire area of Skagit County plus Fidalgo Island and surrounding Skagit County islands as well. So although these areas are not at risk, they are included in the watch because it's a zone that covers all of these areas. It's not broken up into individual parts. So anyway, Skagit River near Mount Vernon, again, still expected to hit an all-time high crest. Although they keep trending this down, thankfully, which is good news. And hopefully if it trends down enough, this record may be spared. But it was up to like 4 to 5 feet, something absolutely mind-blowing last night. And now it's down to about 1.7 feet. But about to go in the major flood stage here very soon, if it hasn't already. At a stage of 32 feet here in Mount Vernon and Burlington. And again, expected to cross that record high between 10 p.m. tonight and 4 a.m. tomorrow. And hopefully dip below flood stage altogether if it takes this huge dip between Friday night and Saturday morning. Again, we're watching out for something here Wednesday morning too. Seems like the model's picking up a possibility for some moderate flooding again down here, which again would not be great with that situation going on right now. You post your email. Yeah, sure. Hang on just a second. Yeah, if you don't have Facebook, if you saw on YouTube, that's my email that you can send photos. And I figured out how to show videos without having to open up a separate player. So if you want to send videos too, you can do so, sending it to that email down there. Alexis is asking, are the levees and dikes at Skagit River really at risk of failure? Absolutely. That's the only reason why they put that flash flood watch out for Cedar Woolley downstream, including the town of Stanwood as well. Just because with some of the levels above the 100-year floodplain that they were seeing, like originally last night it was 4 to 5 feet. They've adjusted it down to about 2 feet. About 1.75 feet, so that may help things out a little bit, but right now they're still letting that flash flood watch continue. Again, no warning is in effect, just the flash flood watch. There's a river flood warning for major flooding, but that is not for flash flooding. The flash flood watch is just in case. But if the forecasts keep trending down, hopefully, best case scenario, they would allow this flash flood watch to be canceled. Hello there, Mrs. Panda Eater. Good morning. Can't get out from Highway 9 to Mount Baker Highway. Stuck in our neighborhood, but are fine. Black Slough is insanely flooded. Yeah, hopefully it stays fine up there. You've seen a dramatic improvement from the South Fork Nooksack River near Saxon Bridge. So much so that we're no longer expecting it to flood at all. But downstream here at North Cedarville, and especially Ferndale now, you actually broke the all-time high here at North Cedarville. You broke it by nearly a foot. And that was at 3 a.m. yesterday morning. But since seeing a downward trend, you should hopefully drop out of flood stage altogether by later this afternoon. Still the forecast, not looking too good here. Hopefully if it continues with this trend down in observations, we'll miss out on major flooding here in Ferndale along the Nooksack. Hey, Josh McCleary, old coworker of mine at Safeway. Thank you for sending 99 stars. Appreciate that. Aaron Davis says, water is over the road now, 169 Cedar Valley Road, and some further on towards Renton. Yeah, I'm surprised when I'm not hearing much documentation from the city of Renton on this. Haven't heard much from Issaquah either. Last night, this flood warning was for major flooding, but has been downgraded to moderate severity. Currently seeing moderate flooding here. This gauge is downstream of Issaquah towards Lake Sammamish here, where it drains. Yeah, this flood warning warns for all of the waters of the Issaquah Creek here, all the way through Issaquah Hobart Road, where the creek starts. It goes through down Front Street here, through downtown Issaquah, under I-90, and then into Lake Sammamish State, Lake Sammamish State Park here. So that gauge covers all areas upstream to its headwaters, and all areas downstream here into the lake. Someone said Duval's an island. Yeah, Duval is completely cut off from the outside world right now. And it looks like Carnation is as well. I hope if everyone was able to get out of there, they already got out of there. It's absolute insanity. Yeah, Highway 203 going through the town is closed. Woodinville Duval Road is now closed. And Northeast 124th is also closed in Duval. So yeah, that basically strands Duval from the outside world. Yeah, Colleen, someone mentioned that as soon as the stream started. That, yeah, 410 shut down both directions again at Traffic Avenue. Water over the roadway. The bridge looks gnarly. Yeah, luckily, hoping if this trend continues, they'll cancel the flood warning for the Tolt here. We only ended up getting up to minor flood stage, which is, again, a saving grace for Tolt River Road and surrounding areas, but still could have seen some water already over Tolt River Road yesterday and Wednesday as well. Water rescue happening now. South Prairie Road 162. Road closed. Someone tried going through. Town of South Prairie. Well, don't want to be insensitive, but that person put their own life at risk, and that was pretty idiotic of them. Back to my house until this evening. Both roads in are flooded. Snoqualmie. There's no immediate threat to your life or property, is there? Especially your life. You know, you can lose property, but losing a life is too valuable. You know. Aaron Davis, thank you for sending 100 stars. Appreciate that donation. Thank you very much again. So again, in case you guys missed the forecast briefing from earlier that I went over. See, this is the atmospheric river. It's starting to aim a little more south as we go later on into this morning here. It's still getting quite a bit of heavy rain here over the Central Sound at the moment. It does appear you're getting some rain here in the Olympia area too. This is not looking overly heavy at the moment, so it shouldn't put a lot of strain on these rivers down here. But a lot of these rivers are at either minor or moderate flood stage at the moment, including the Cowlitz at Randall still at major flood stage, even this morning. But it shows the moisture axis beginning to slide south and hopefully drying out a bit. And then as we go through Friday, you notice that fire hose again resurges, but it moves north towards Vancouver Island. Gives Vancouver Island a good soaking. And then you notice the atmospheric river here. In this case, it turns into a Pineapple Express because the path of moisture is literally aimed straight at Hawaii. It's from Hawaii, directly over Hawaii, the islands, all the way up here to the Pacific Northwest. Like, literally textbook Pineapple Express. Like, it doesn't get more textbook than that. And it shows a potential another round for our area. This looks to mostly be a frontal system, so it'll be really progressive. It'll be in and out in a matter of hours. But it's what comes up Monday that's starting to be a little more concerning, and we got to pay very careful attention to this. Because starting Sunday night here, we start to end up in this plume of water vapor here with some pretty extreme precipitable water amounts here. That moves over the area, but luckily it should not hang up very long, not as long as this one. See, it moves through the area pretty quick, but it has a more southwest to northeast, more so of a south-southwest to north-northeast orientation rather than a due west orientation over the area. So we'll probably see less rain shadowing here for the Central Sound than we saw the last few days here. But the rain shadowing would likely affect areas in its normal spots right now, like northeast Tuolumne County, northeast Jefferson County, parts of Island County, and San Juan County, perhaps. And then watch what happens right behind it. You see that little kink that comes through right there? Possible strong winds for this area. Right after we get soaked by that Pineapple Express. Sunday night, Monday morning. Not liking this signal one bit, because if you go look over at winds, it has some pretty strong winds making its way into the area. We're watching this trend closely. This should be between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Monday. Wind gusts 40 to even 50 possible in some of these areas. Again, hoping for a significant downtrend, but right now not looking great for around the area. Monday morning, Monday afternoon. The soil super saturated again from that Pineapple Express right before. We could see quite a bit of tree damage in this area and quite a number of power outages. Even if you were to shave 10 to 15 miles per hour off of some of these amounts, it would still have widespread impacts around the area. Again, that's one thing I was kind of stressing about yesterday. But luckily, most of the area didn't see winds that strong, but there were some areas like Shelton, for example. Shelton, Everett, even parts of Enumclaw and North Bend got some of those stronger wind gusts. And we did have power outages as a result, but just not super spread power outages. Like really dense areas of power outages. They were very sporadic here and there. Yeah. So again, Judy Ray's asking if anyone knows about the Gold Bar area. Do you know how the Big Bend area and Gold Bar is doing? Are there still any evacuations for that area? Judging by the major flooding still happening on the Skykomish, most likely it's still inaccessible. But if anyone knows exact details on that, feel free to chime in. Please do. Water's not going to reach us on the hillside. Okay, so you're on the hillside. That's good. Just your roads coming up and down are cut off, probably, right? But yeah, sure thing, Chad. Of course, my best wishes to you. Reading a post, someone in Duval said, "Thankful to be on high ground in the west side of the river. Although floods are a fact of life in the valley, this one is crazy. All access roads to Carnation and Duval are closed. The river hasn't crested yet. Snohomish, Stilly, Skagit, record-breaking flood levels, as well as rivers south of us. The damage will be unreal." Someone else said, "We are supposed to be an island starting today." Yeah, Duval wasn't an island, but Carnation was. So apparently it wasn't showing up on the WSDOT maps, but Highway 203 north of Carnation city limits was closed, which effectively cut off Carnation from the outside world. It looks like the same is happening to Duval too. So right now, no way in or out of Duval from several reports down there. Sent a couple photos in. All right, I'll be on the lookout for that. Yeah, Ryan, I got them. Again, this is Mount Vernon Skagit River photos at 9 a.m. Yeah, let's check these out real quick. See, are we able to zoom on here? Nope. Sorry, folks, the aspect ratio is a little compressed, but still, you get the idea here. Even if it's a couple of pixels, you can still tell where the river is here. Again, this is Skagit at Mount Vernon. Okay, there's a full-size photo. Couple of photos also sent in from another viewer, Danny Burt. Starting to get those in right now. Yeah, Mount Vernon area, river running very high in those areas. Thank you for your submission. Appreciate that, Ryan. And credit goes to PNW Ryan here on YouTube for sending those photos in. And let me see, this is Cedar Woolley area. This is from viewer... Let me check again. Sorry, I already forgot your name. Okay, Danny Burt. Danny Burt here. This is Cedar Woolley. This is probably like right on the outskirts of city limits here. Or maybe right in city limits, right along the river. But right now, as far as I know, the immediate downtown area of Cedar Woolley is okay and has not been evacuated. Yeah, really nice photos sent in from Danny Burt and PNW Ryan. Thank you guys so much for your submissions. Full credit goes to them. Downtown is blocked off. Downtown Mount Vernon, right? You said downtown Mount Vernon is completely blocked? Fruitdale and Township, major crossroad. Okay. Wait, so hang on. Hang on. Okay. Oh. Okay, so you're actually in Cedar Woolley. Are you saying downtown Cedar is cut off? Zoom in here. We're going to open up the topography map again, the topographic map for that area. There's a lot of traffic disruptions around the area, and those closures are still piling up, guys. So you can't get into Duval or Carnation from the north or the south. And even the west is cut off now, too. The 124th, not happening. Winville Duval Road, not a chance. Carnation Farms Road, nada. Tolt Hill Road, zilch. 203 anywhere south, zip. Not happening. Yep, Carnation and Duval are islands at this point. We need to go up to Cedar to see that area. Yeah, Highway 9 going into Cedar is closed, but luckily it looks like we do have some back roads open here. But yeah, Riverfront Park, this definitely flooded over here. That was River Road you were talking about, right? Yeah, the River Road should have been evacuated. So anywhere below this line of topography here, which it looks like parts of Cedar Woolley, if not all of the downtown Cedar Woolley area, is up on this hill here. But anywhere below this hillside here should have already been out of there if they haven't already gone. And then they've also evacuated. I was checking out this line last night. They should have evacuated Cook Road west of Ratchford here. So Collins westward should have been evacuated as well. Angie said, according to my landlord in Cedro, all is fine. Okay, Mount Vernon downtown is blocked off, not Cedro. Mount Vernon downtown is blocked off if you see one of my posted photos. Okay, yeah. Good. Sorry, I keep mixing up your guys' name. There's so many of you guys sending in photos and videos. It's unreal, truly. But thank you guys for submitting them. Yeah, so Nat T Rub, that's Danny. So yeah, Danny was the one that took the photos. I think you're the one that sent in those photos from Cedro. And Ryan sent in from Mount Vernon, Skagit. So let's see. Okay, there's a few captions in here. All right. Freeway Drive, driving south along Skagit River, downtown is blocked off. Yeah, I didn't see that in the message. Sorry about that. Thank you for clarifying. Hogue Road by the YMCA, driving east. Yeah, so downtown Mount Vernon's blocked off, and if it isn't already underwater, it soon will be. Again, west of Interstate 5 here in Mount Vernon. But luckily I-5 goes well above the area here, but underneath I-5 it's going to be completely inaccessible if it's not already. I just hope there was a user, Mad Max SMP, last night I think, who said his son was being forced to work at this McDonald's here. Which again, this is the evacuation zone. I'm hoping they reconsidered and got the heck out of there. But yeah, shame on McDonald's if they're forcing people to work in an active evacuation zone. Be safe, everyone. Also, there are motels at the beach. Work at one motel that is really cheap in winter, says Christy Palmer. See, they're already talking about Skagit County floods here. Although they poorly placed this icon because this area is not in a flood zone up here. Yeah, these areas, all in the flood zone. And you see they've already closed 530 in Rockport, and they've closed 20 here going into Marble Mount. So Marble Mount's now cut off. Of course, remember, Cascades Highway up here, North Cascades Highway, you can't go east into eastern Washington. So all of these little communities up here, Diablo, New Halem, Marble Mount, no longer accessible. Again, just really unfortunate situations that we're about to see or are seeing right now in the area. You know, this is real life, and this is history being made, folks. We're all watching history being rewritten right now in some of these areas. That's the sobering reality of it. Now, there's no sugarcoating it. There's no conspiracy. Maybe this will lighten up people's moods about atmospheric rivers from now on. You know, they are a thing. It's no conspiracy. It's no hoax. It's a science. I just, you know, cannot feed that to the trolls enough. You know, you can feed the trolls all you want, but you're not going to appease them. Yeah, just the number of flood alerts right now is ludicrous in this area, all across Western Washington. We even had some of these flood alerts yesterday, but no longer seeing any active flooding out here. The Olympic Mountains really got a break, for sure. Definitely compared to what they were expecting before, the Olympic Mountains got a huge break. Of course, except for the Skokomish, but this thing floods even if it's sunny. Yeah, sparing sigh of relief for the Olympic Peninsula when it comes to river flooding. But not so much for the Cascades, unfortunately. Both sides of the Cascades. Leanne North says, Harp, nope. Don't start that right now. Do not start that. You say that again, you're getting blocked. Do not test me. Please do not test me. Anyone checked in on New Halem up high on the Skagit? Well, we don't have any gauges up there, either forecast or observation. There might be some USGS data up there on the Ross Lake and Diablo dams, possibly. If anyone would like to tell me, either shoot me a link if you're on Facebook, or tell me what to search for on YouTube. We can possibly search that up real quick. I want to see if I can look up the Diablo dam level. Yeah, so USGS does have it. Okay, good. So we do have real-time USGS observations, so scratch that. But it's been fluctuating rapidly. This is the last week by the looks of it. So from 10 a.m. December 4th, a downward trend, and then a big spike a couple of days ago. A little bit of a break, and then again spiking up. It looks like we're not quite up here to the level, and no, this is nowhere near to scale. This is from 1,197 to about 1,202. So never mind that. The scale is very misleading on this. Desiree Berry says, heard we might be having another atmospheric river coming to the week of Christmas. Very uncertain right now. The storm track does look active. Atmospheric river potential is there, but if the atmospheric river shifts south into California, we will be in the active storm track. We'll be in what's called an upper level trough over the area, which allows the surface lows that produce wind and locally heavy rains at times, but not a stream of rain across the Pacific. It's basically rain that orbits the low pressure center, and rain that forms along the warm front and the cold front that extend from the low there. So usually with the storm systems that come through the areas of low pressure down near the surface, we usually get the warm front first, which is relatively shallow rain, and then we get the cold front, which brings the heavier rain and the wind. Of course, remember, it's like a sharp line. The cold front is a sharp line that comes through of heavy rain and a very strong, brief wind shift. Then we usually get the westerly surge behind that, and that's what causes convergence zones around the area. So yeah, this scale is very misleading. This is only a 5-foot disparity here. But it still has it at just shy of 1,201 feet as of 9 a.m. this morning. This is the Diablo Reservoir upstream of New Halem. Yeah, not sure if there's a way to tell in scale, like in retrospect, of where it should be. Is there a legend that tells you what line this is? Is this the fill line up here? Does anyone know? If anyone wants to chime in, was that the fill line up there? Like the full line, I should say. Highway 12, Yakima East just washed out. Terrible. Skagit River is supposed to hit high point at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. In Mount Vernon, yes. But much earlier. It's going to be this morning up in Concrete. Snohomish River and Snohomish is record level now. Yes. Yes, it is. And approaching the all-time record high in Monroe as well along the Snohomish. Thank you guys for sharing here on Facebook. You guys helping get the word out. Thank you guys again for that. Yeah, lots of road closures and issues. I see Washington DOT talking about it. 410 closed at Traffic Avenue, water over the roadway. Northbound 167, fatal collision at Highway 18. That's devastating news. Stewart Road Bridge closed, water. Houston Road closed, water. State Street closed under 410. That must also be water over the roadway. Yeah, this is an image from Washington DOT Tacoma. Yeah, this is right under Traffic Avenue here. No wonder they closed it. Sumas is underwater. It's a good thing they issued that immediate evacuation when they did. Yeah, coincidentally, 5 minutes ago, this was posted on Twitter. Washington DOT, yep, downtown Sumas area, under a considerable amount of water. So the Nooksack has spilled over into Sumas, and the Prairie is actively flooding at this time. Probably going to be some time before they're allowed back. Let's see if we can go full screen on this real quick. This is a traffic camera. This is the 509 off-ramp, the brand new one at Interstate 5, Mudslide. This is from Washington DOT on X. WSDOT traffic. Yeah, Mudslide over northbound I-5 ramp to Highway 509 in SeaTac. The new ramp that goes off to 24th Ave towards the airport. Mudslide over the exit. We're going to see more of these happening most likely throughout the day and through this weekend, too. South Fork Stilly's already started going down. Great news. Yeah, I think the South Fork Stilly's actually not expected to get above flood stage anymore. Yeah, it's okay now. We're not seeing any flooding along any of the gauges. I believe this warning was for moderate forecasting. They tweaked it. So I believe it was for moderate flooding forecast. But the last update says minor flooding was occurring. But yeah, South Fork Stilly is going way down. and just dropped out of flood stage and is expected to stay like that indefinitely until further notice. Old trailer park west of Monroe is underwater. Oh man. Yeah, I think the agencies along the Snohomish should have been a little more strict about those evacuations. Like ideally, they probably should have evacuated all low-lying areas from Skycomish down the river. You know, if you're in that floodplain down there, you know, they should have really been pushing those evacuations, not just EB Island. Of course, EB Island is a huge one that they got evacuated successfully, yes, but say some areas like outside of Monroe here, the RV park is way out here, I believe. Somewhere out in here, but that's underwater completely. I just saw a photo, a lot of RVs submerged under quite a few feet of water there in Monroe. I just think the threat of river flooding wasn't communicated as well as it should have been around a lot of these areas, especially Mount Vernon for sure. Is that, I mean, they butchered the evacuation process yesterday big time, especially on the web. Almost 200 of you guys here on YouTube. Hey, for any of those of you who are new and joining, hello, Anthony, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you for tuning in for live flood coverage. We're going over live flood updates and evacuation notices around the area. We haven't gotten any new, at least, emergency alert system activated evacuation alerts this morning. But we may have had some local level 1s, level 2s go out, but I haven't heard of any new level 3s. I know there's some level 2s here in the Sumner Pacific area for the White River. This forecast keeps fluctuating wildly along the White River here. It was expected to moderately flood last night, now expected to minor flood, but for several days if this keeps up. Same with the Green River just to its north too. May just barely hit moderate flood stage, maybe again Monday morning with that Pineapple Express that comes through, and then hangs out at minor flooding all the way into the following weekend. Why did they say more big coming? Because the storm track's going to remain very active over the next week or two. You know, the jet stream's going to be fluctuating north and south, and it's going to give us repeated bouts of moisture. And when we're on the north side of that jet stream, we're in a troughing pattern, which usually means stormier weather. We're already tracking a windy system coming through the area immediately after a Pineapple Express on Monday, which could have widespread tree damage after soaking those soils again around the area. We're not quite close enough in range to have radar coverage, but this is what I pulled up for 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday, and it has wind gusts in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range across much of western Washington, with even some 60s up here in the higher elevations. Heck, it even has 70s over the higher peaks. And this is the more generous model too, the European. This one's usually the most accurate when it comes to wind. You know, it didn't do the best job yesterday or on Friday. Friday it underestimated. Yesterday it overestimated. You know, it's just hit or miss really. But overall, all I can say with confidence is it looks windy on Monday. I'm just not sure how windy it's going to be. About Fraser Valley in BC. If I were you, check a Facebook page called... Let me see if I can look it up real quick. I think it's Lower Mainland Weather Facebook page, something like that. It's run by Ryan Vodalainen up there, if you guys know who that is. It's Vancouver and the Lower Mainland Weather page. See, run by Ryan Vodalainen up here in BC. Really great weather page if you guys live in, again, the Vancouver, Abbotsford, Chilliwack area. You know, Aldergrove, anywhere up there. Anywhere along the Fraser especially. This is a great page if you're on Facebook to look at here. Again, Vancouver and the Lower Mainland weather page. The reports from the Puyallup River up there. And Ingalls weather, you guys probably know. If you're here in Washington, you probably hear a lot about Ingalls weather quite a bit. He's up there in BC. See? Ryan Vodalainen again. Talking about the atmospheric river coming through. Here's the evacuation orders in that area. It's a little hard to tell because of the resolution, but this is Abbotsford up here. There are some parts here in Abbotsford along the Prairie. This is the Sumas Prairie. They've got, the reds are immediate evacs and the yellows are voluntary evacs right now. But yeah, again, if you're up there, check out Vancouver and the Lower Mainland weather page. Really great page up there for weather information. City of Orting issued level 2 get set, Central Pierce. I know that was from yesterday. Is that still in effect for the same areas or have they expanded that? Let me see if I can find the map again one more time. I have so much history over the last day. It's unreal. It tracks every time I change the site. Even just changing tabs. Now let's see if this pulls it up. Yeah, it does. It looks like those evacuations from yesterday are currently still in effect. It's like the level 3 up here. Level 3 up here in McMillan. In the level 3, I found out this was due to a levee breach along the Puyallup River aimed at this neighborhood here near North High Cedars. So level 3, it looks like it's still in effect. I'm not sure how often this site is updated, so if anyone sees any of these zones change, let me know. Yeah, we do have a relatively new level 2 get set here for the Orting Waste Treatment Plant up north along the Carbon now. This is to the east of Daffodil Avenue northeast here in Orting along the Carbon. This was here yesterday as well, but other than that, I'm not seeing any new evac alerts other than, of course, along Daffodil Avenue. What is this? Daffodil Avenue, right? Yeah, Daffodil Avenue northeast in Orting. The rest of the level 2s and a couple level 3s still remain up there. Okay, Rob doesn't have Facebook. Darn. All right. Well, shucks, that's going to be difficult then. I wonder, can you guys still, if you, YouTube audience, if you're watching, you should still be able to view Facebook posts and groups as a guest, right? Even if you're not able to react and comment, you should be able to view them as a guest, I believe. At time 17:43. This was today, so 9:43 a.m. Subtract 8 hours off of this for Zulu time. So yeah, very, very recently. This was just in the last 13 minutes. Level 2 be set, issued for residents east of Daffodil Avenue northeast on the riverside. Be ready to leave if conditions change. Those who are disabled or mobily challenged should move to higher ground now. So again, brand new in the last 15 minutes. Brand new level 2 here along the Carbon. This is east of Daffodil Avenue northeast. All the way down to the Orting Waste Treatment Plant. Really hoping we don't see this spill over. That would be catastrophic. Yeah, thank you for the heads up, Mrs. Panda Eater here on YouTube. Trina says, I'm disappointed we haven't heard anything from Renton. I agree. I think the city of Renton's been hugely downplaying the flood threat. I haven't heard much from the city of Issaquah also. But good news is, again, they're not expecting any major flooding anymore in Issaquah. But moderate flooding, yes. And I believe we're seeing moderate flooding at this moment, which we are. And let's refresh the page. Make sure we have the most accurate information up to the minute here. See, literally all the gauges surrounding Issaquah here are currently major flooding. Like, it's beyond me. Yeah, it looks like Issaquah Creek's about to reach that apex and should hopefully fall off after this. The heaviest of rains should be coming to an end around that area. Now, you notice the radar is beginning to dry out. So finally, the moisture axis is finally beginning to dry up around the area. And then we'll get hopefully a little bit of a break. Again, models show a second round coming in, but not bringing as heavy precipitation initially. See, this is the round this morning. Has it drying out a little bit. And then a little bit of a lighter second round. Mainly aimed at, looks like central Washington. The central Cascades. So it kind of gives a little bit of extra pressure to a lot of these rivers in western Washington. But not as much as we saw earlier. And then a very much needed reprieve throughout the weekend until this next frontal system comes in Sunday morning. And then this will usher in the next Pineapple Express. Which right now does not look overly impressive. In terms of strength, yes, but in terms of timing, it looks like it'll affect this area for a fraction of a time that we've been seeing it impact the area today. And then this is my concern. At Pineapple Express, and then potential windstorm for some areas less than 24 hours later. See, this would be the cold front with that. But this little kink in the low-level flow here with these isobars, those kinks, that's an area of low pressure. Around 998 millibars up here in Vancouver Island. We'll be talking a much stronger wind threat if this were farther south, and we'll be watching the track of this as time goes on. If it tracks farther south, it could mean huge implications for a lot of these areas. Again, right now, those wind gusts looking like we'll be in the 40 to 50 mile per hour zone, maybe even higher in some spots. But I'm hoping this will start to downtrend as the days goes on, which usually it does. So I'm not going to be firmly believing that this pans out like this. This usually will downtrend. They're saying Abbotsford is underwater now. I would believe parts of Abbotsford for sure. I don't know how much of Abbotsford is in a higher elevation, but I know most of it's in the Sumas Prairie or along the Fraser there. Skagit River and Mount Vernon went into major phase. See, do we have an update in the last hour or so? Yes, it did. You are correct. Yeah, right around the time I thought. It went into major phase between 8:15 and 8:30 this morning. So currently major flooding now in Mount Vernon and Burlington. Hopefully everyone got out of that 100-year floodplain, which again, anywhere in the yellow, ideally you should be out of there. But most of Mount Vernon uphill here, uphill Mount Vernon, uphill Cedro, you guys are safe. Everywhere else, probably in considerable danger if you haven't gotten out of there. The higher elevations, you are safe again. Like uphill Conway here, you are okay. Uphill Mount Vernon, you are okay. Most of Cedar Woolley downtown, you are just fine. But the rest of these communities were already evacuated earlier, including Burlington. A good majority of downtown Burlington should already be out of there if they're not already. There's a few possibly hilly spots here northeast of town and just outside of city limits to the west. But downtown Burlington, you have been evacuated and you should be out of there. And west side of Mount Vernon here, the downtown area I heard has been cut off by several people. Deanna says, many are still there, including my mom. Says it's only going to 39 feet now. Even if it's only 39 feet. Again, even if it's only 39 feet, it's still above the all-time high. So the risk of a levee or dike break may be lower than it was last night, but it's still there. That's why they haven't canceled the flash flood watch yet for that area. You know, it may not be 4 to 5 feet above the all-time record, but it's still above the record by about 1.75 feet, which is still significant. Again, hoping for a very significant downtrend as the day goes on, because this shows a max crest of 39.1 feet, which is 1.7 feet above the all-time record high by tomorrow at 10 a.m. And see, the flow is pretty steady, so that means if the rain were to cut off earlier up here, we could see a downward trend before it hits the all-time high record, which would be probably the best case scenario, which we saw for areas like the Puyallup near Orting, for example, where it was expected to hit major flood stage this morning, but as I said on the stream last night, it's trending down. It doesn't look like that'll happen. They should accommodate for that, which they did. So now the Puyallup near Orting is only hitting moderate flood stage. It is no longer expected to hit major anytime soon. Yes, still very much scary for sure. They are all ready to go and walking to the river right now. I don't know if I would suggest doing that personally. You could have a sudden burst of water, like a little rogue wave come off the river, and that's it. You're done. You know, not playing around. Like, I'm being as serious as ever right now. I'd say, you know, hopefully those warnings were heeded and just stay away from the Skagit at all costs. Even if it doesn't look like it's going to breach or get over the levees or the dikes, just, you don't want to be there. It takes one of those to break and it's game over for you. You know, just got to keep it real with you guys. This is no fake news. This is all too real, and people's livelihoods are going to change if they haven't already. See, I cannot stress that enough. Business as usual in Burlington. That can't be right. That's got to be that's unbelievable. Burlington, yeah. They sent out the level 3s last night. Burlington, all of Burlington should be out of there. See, this is the hilly area they're showing here in Burlington. Let's go back to the topography map and show you. See, this hilly area, that hilly area is safe. Haven't been to Burlington in a long time, but I suppose this is just a mountain with some access roads here, like a little hillside. Yeah, that area is safe. See, that area does not show up in the floodplain here. It's also a little hilly area here outside of town that looks like it's also safe here, just west of city limits here. And a little bit hilly up there, so Skagit's own fish market may be okay. But if you're west of Pulver Road, you should be out of there. This area, out of there. Downtown, out of there. If you're anywhere in Burlington, except for on the higher elevation like this hilltop, or this general portion right here with the hilly part, you have to be out of there. You know, they're playing with lives here if they haven't Okay, it's called Burlington Hill, so it does have a name. Thank you for clarifying that. So Burlington Hill, yeah, Burlington Hill is very much safe. But all the areas around it, not looking good. Another mudslide along the narrows under the Tacoma side on the tracks. Yeah, so good news is the Amtrak no longer takes that. The Amtrak takes the bypass through South Tacoma and Lakewood now, but the freight trains that go around there, you know, that service would definitely be interrupted, for sure. Yeah, what if I could swim really good though? I don't know if it's the time to be saying that. Honestly. You know, like I said, no offense, but I just don't think it's time for anything remotely pushing insensitive. Heads up alert, sharing from the town of South Prairie. Trees have hit the bridge at Veterans Park and they are talking about closing the bridge. I'll update if they close it. South Prairie Creek is raging right now and very high. Yeah, moderate flooding last time I checked. Yeah, moderate flooding major forecast, and they issued the upgraded alert for this area this morning. If you guys were here in the beginning of the stream, I got jump scared by an emergency alert system activation. It was for the upgrade to the South Prairie Creek from moderate to major severity this morning. Yeah, currently it's actually at major flood stage right now. So the site takes a little bit to update the graphics here, but the graph itself is about as up to date as you get. See, about an hour difference, but it looks like at least we briefly hit major flood stage there. Which is madness for a creek of all places. A creek hitting major flood stage. That's how you know this is a big deal. But a really big downtrend likely coming up. So it should have only briefly hit major flood stage for hopefully an hour at most. Yeah, let's see. Veterans Bridge. Is that the main highway here? Let's go check out the topography again of that area. Okay, yeah. Is that the Foothills Trail or is that the main road up there? Because Veterans Park is right here, but I know there's the Foothills Trail, the walking trail, and the main road. But which one is called Veterans Bridge? It's the main road, isn't it? Yeah, it said full-size trees have hit this bridge down there. And the river's flowing down into the carbon here, too. See, it goes through Burnett. There's a huge bridge on Highway 165 that crosses over Burnett, so that's safe. I've been over here enough times to know that. Yeah, the South Prairie Creek goes all the way up into the foothills of Mount Rainier here. You see, it has tributaries that flow down into Wilkeson, too, in areas of Carbonado. And that's why these are also Lahar zones, even if they're not right along the Carbonado. Yeah, main bridge on 162, Veterans Park is completely flooded. Thank you, Colleen, for the heads up. Which means the fire department's probably underwater as well. Because there's not much elevation change across that area, so most of downtown South Prairie probably not doing so hot right now. Again, South Prairie Road closed. Highway 162 closed. The only way to get out of there, you might be able to take Johns Road here, but you won't have anywhere really to go after that. You might be able to get into Wilkeson, but again, remember, Fairfax Bridge cut off here. You can access Wilkeson and Carbonado from South Prairie, and you might... No, because there's no other roads that cross the bridge here. So that basically, if that bridge is washed out, that cuts off South Prairie too. See, because even South Prairie Carbon River Road on the side here is also closed. So South Prairie may be an island right now. Fire department isn't underwater yet. Thank you for the heads up. And she said yet, very carefully. Yeah, I don't see any other bridges that cross here. Any other side roads. So since they have South Prairie cut off, 162 cut off, and this bridge likely just shut down from what I've heard. If you're east of the river, you should have a clear path to safety here. As long as it's not flooded over any of these areas right now. If you're east of the river here, you should be able to get out of there if you can. Safely. But if you're west of it, you're not going anywhere right now. Like I said, you can take AP Tubbs, but... Yeah, actually, assuming it's not flooded along this creek either, then you should be able to take 165 over South Prairie Creek here. This is way above the creek up here. So you might be able to get out south of town. But it doesn't look like it's happening west, east, or north. Cedar to Burlington looks like the average yearly flood so far. So far, yes. Work at the base of Burlington Hill. Have they issued the mandatory evacuation for you yet? Did you get the alert on your phone? Because if you're at the base of that hill, you're probably in the zone. Unless you're like 40 plus feet up, like 40 to 50 feet or above the ground level, then you would be okay up on that hill. But you'd be stranded on all parts in the event that it does hit a flood like they're saying it will. Angie says, in case nobody has seen it on the news, just want to let you know in 2 hours at about noon, the Division Street Skagit River Bridge is closing. Yeah, it's up that high. And that's the one, again, that's the one that connects the west side of Mount Vernon there to the main city. It's this bridge. There's already considerable traffic going both directions here. Yeah, that's a main artery there in Mount Vernon there. It cuts off the west side of Mount Vernon here, including the RV park, which is in that mandatory evacuation zone from the rest of Mount Vernon city limits here. And you see, it doesn't get much better if you try to head off west on 536. You really have to cross into Anacortes to get out of there. You know? If you haven't already evacuated, really your only evacuation right now that's safe to do so west of the Skagit, if you're in Mount Vernon, is towards Fidalgo Island. You can go towards High Buckley on 162, towards 165 and out through Buckley via Mundy Lost Road. Yeah, but you said on the east side of the creek, right? Because they're talking about closing the bridge. So the bridge is not actively closed. So if you need to get out of there, I guess what Colleen's saying is that you can still get out of there to the east. But if they close the bridge, then it's going to be difficult to get out of there. You know, like I said, AP Tubbs Road, as long as the rest of the creek here isn't flooded as well, you'll see this cuts through the lower elevation here. As long as the rest of this creek down here, Wilkinson Creek, isn't flooded over as well, then you should still be able to get out if you jump on the 165 here. But again, very risky because I don't know the conditions of the Wilkinson Creek at this moment. Yeah, like, sorry, struggling to gather a name for you here. Hang on just a moment here. Oh yeah, like Danny was saying on YouTube. Everyone needs to make sure they have fuel in their rigs. Absolutely. What's the rain look like throughout today in Skagit County? It's looking like, okay, we're starting to get 12Z data here. How much do we have? Well, it definitely changed the forecast quite a bit between the 6Z and 12Z Euro. That's for sure. Actually has stronger winds off the coast, but a little less here in the Puget Sound. If that were to verify. But let's go look at the NAM real quick. The NAM will probably give us the best idea about precipitation. Throughout the rest of today, from the time the model initiated at 4 a.m. this morning, we're going to go out to midnight tomorrow here and show you predicted precipitation totals over a 16-hour period here. So Skagit County definitely looks better if you're down here, but not so good if you're up in the Cascades. Actually less, because you notice the moisture axis slides south. So we could get a much needed break up here in Skagit and Whatcom counties, especially Whatcom County. Again, high-res model guidance here. This is the highest confidence right here. There's some spots that could get upwards of 3/4 of an inch to an inch, but it looks like the heaviest rain should be coming to a close if it hasn't already up there in Skagit County. And yeah, it's starting to come to a close up there for right now, thankfully. Let's see what happens as we continue the model run on. You notice we start to pick right back up again when that second pulse comes in. But it should be for a very short time. Thankfully, it should be for a short time for that area. This would be from like tonight into tomorrow morning. Let's see simulated radar reflectivity here real fast. So again, starting at 4 a.m. today, this is a prediction here. So you give us a little bit of a break, some clearing around the area, still some heavy rain over the mountains. This could be a terrain glitch with Mount Rainier. It still shows some areas up here in the mountains getting some isolated heavy rain amounts. And then it shows the second end of that moisture coming through this afternoon and continuing into early Friday morning. But then it shows it really starting to dissipate, and this is around the time we would get that much needed break around much of the area. See, pretty much completely drying out by Saturday afternoon. Except watching this too. This could be the leading edge of the front coming onto the shore Sunday. That's what it looks like. The leading edge of the frontal system. And maybe locally heavy rainfall amounts, but it's not going to be as constant as we're getting right now. So very minimal impacts on the rivers expected with this. This would move through sometime Saturday afternoon, Saturday night through the area, but will be fairly progressive. So very minimal concerns with that. Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. Gladly. Gotta get up and take a water break. It's been about 2 hours already. Oh boy. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's go see what the NAM regional shows. It goes up to 84 hours. It's less resolution, but it'll still give us a general idea of precipitation. At least the location and the timing. Oddly enough, actually, it shows it moving quick and then stalling out, which... Like, see, it makes a beeline and then just stalls. You don't see that too often. That might put some pressure on some of the rivers here on the Olympics, like the Eloha and the Bogashio, possibly. But again, we'll have to wait for future model runs, and especially wait for it to get in the high-res range, which is about 60 hours. Oh, almost 2,000 views already, guys. Fascinating. Yeah, judging by a recent stream for performances, I should be able to apply for the YouTube partnership anytime in the next 3 days, I would hope. No, I've been checking the watch hour updates daily to see exactly when I get into eligibility, and at the very least, it'll be another 3 days or so. Yeah, Michael Cooper. Someone mentioned that earlier, that Sumas is underwater and it's still getting higher. Yeah, that is unfortunately true. The Washington DOT cameras in that area are sobering for sure. Just like if you compared it back to back with a picture of 2021, it's like right up there for Sumas. Just really hope everyone heeded that evacuation in the Sumas Prairie, especially not only in Sumas city limits here in Whatcom County, but also in the Abbotsford area, north of the border there, where they have evacs in the area at that time. Still have mandatory and voluntary evacuations there on the Sumas Prairie in BC. It looks like kind of like a pseudo atmospheric river ahead of that main Pineapple Express. Of course, I won't be able to see it at a wide view, unfortunately. Let's see what the Euro has to show when it shows this. A little bit higher, looks like a little higher res on the Euro. We need to zoom out internationally to see what exactly is going on here. Again, 24-hour precip amounts. It has this cold front. Kind of looks like an atmospheric river, but it's not really an atmospheric river. It's an elongated cold front feature that comes through on Sunday. And then that Pineapple Express moves in Monday. Now let's look at some 24-hour. No, it's not going to show 24-hour precips. Okay, this is 6 hour. Never mind. When I zoom out, it only has 6 hour, 120 hour in total. So I have to zoom back into the regional level to see this. Let's go 24-hour quantitative precipitation forecast, or QPF here. See, what did the 6Z say? 6Z was actually higher than the 12Z. But it has gone up since yesterday's 18Z. Since yesterday's 12Z, let's compare yesterday's 12Z to today's 12Z. North Cascades now looking hot come Monday. North Cascades and some of the Olympic rivers, including the Skokomish, Elwha, and Bogoshiel, could run high Monday as well, if this forecast were to verify. It's even showing upwards of an inch again in 24 hours over some of the Puget Sound area. Because again, this Pineapple Express is not going to be really oriented from west to east. It's going to be more southwest to northeast. So the rain shadow position changes back to its normal spot, not across the Central Sound right now. So again, 24-hour precip amounts according to the European here. And again for the Central Cascades here Wednesday also. But I'm hoping by this time it's in the form of snow. You know, and it shows an atmospheric river hitting Oregon too, but Washington could get some of it, especially Southwest Washington here. So the pattern definitely remains volatile here over the next 2-week period. But after this potential atmospheric river, and even this is fantasy land because this is over a week in the future. Yesterday's 12Z didn't really have it happening, but today's 12Z has higher confidence. This could be interesting to see if it verifies like that. Let's check precipitable water anomalies. See if we're way above anomalies here, which we are. So again, this is the amount of precipitable water, the amount of water vapor that can fall as precipitation. This is showing the anomaly compared to normal. Obviously, darker greens are much higher than average, and the blues are way higher than average. And I believe this is in inches above average or below average. In this case, over an inch above average plus for a lot of these areas too, which is a lot, to say the least. Yeah, this would be that cold front, which kind of looks like a pseudo-atmospheric river, but it's actually an elongated cold front. Notice how it's quick moving, narrow in length, and doesn't extend very far. But then that full-size Pineapple Express atmospheric river comes through Monday morning. Higher model confidence this time. And again, watching the back end of that for a potential windy day Monday as well. Monday afternoon in particular. Could it be possible? Highly unlikely. the pattern is not suggestive of any Arctic air anytime soon within 1,000 miles of us. That might be an overstatement, but within a few hundred miles at least. Yeah, the atmospheric river in the California next weekend looks like it's driven by a strong low offshore. So let's look in the near term here. So Pineapple Express likely on Monday, but looks fairly progressive right now, followed by some wind in the area. Poorly timed wind event if that were to happen. This again would be Monday afternoon and evening around the area. Then a bit of a reprieve again. Potential atmospheric river signal showing up again Wednesday. Tuesday it shows up in NorCal, Southern Oregon. And then tries to oscillate back up north. We could be watching that for some wind as well. 988 millibars. It's not that strong, but it's also not that weak. Bring that into a favorable position, like Cape Flattery or La Push, and you have a really windy day here around the Sound. This would be Thursday afternoon, and it has the center of moisture, the moisture axis here, really moving into Southern Oregon. But if that moves north, then we could be spelling trouble again for some areas up here. Especially because it doesn't look that progressive down there. It looks to hold on NorCal for quite some time. Then we're going way off in the fantasy land here, and forecast confidence drops off to a bare minimum pretty much. This would be the following Monday here. And it actually shows us drying out for a bit, which would definitely be helpful. At least drying out from any high precipitable water anomalies. But then we're on the north side of this, which means we're in the upper level troughing pattern, which means we can bring these, troughs in, which introduce wind threats. See, this is a cold front signature right here. You notice how it's mainly north to south oriented, and you notice the center of low pressure here. So this would be the warm front here. So we'd likely bring a warm front through, which would warm up the temperature, raise the snow level as it moves through, and then bring that snow level down again, hopefully behind this cold front. Because fronts are named for the air masses that they replace the current air mass with. So in this case, a cold front would replace a warmer air mass with colder air. Cold front. Warm front would replace colder air with a warmer air mass. Warm front. So it's what it replaces the air mass with. This is why we need cold fronts to bring those snow levels down and build that snowpack, which right now we just don't have great confidence in that happening in the long term over the mountains. River is barely scraping by the bottom of the Man Road Bridge. That's too close for comfort for sure. Way too close for comfort. Oh, we got the ding again. What's that? Okay. Nooksack at Ferndale. Extended. They upgraded that from moderate to major severity. So they upgraded. Let's make sure this is today. Yeah, so 10:30, just updated. This is the Nooksack near Ferndale. Now expecting major flooding along the Nooksack in Ferndale, and points downstream here to the bay. Believe this also includes Linden, at least western parts of Linden here. So including Highway 539 here southwestward through Ferndale and into the bay here. Major flooding expected, and they increased the duration of the flood warning there. So minor flooding is occurring, and major flooding is a forecast until Saturday morning. Nooksack River at Ferndale. At 23 feet, the Nooksack River will cause major near-record flooding from near Ferndale downstream to the mouth, overtopping levees on both sides of the river and flooding roadways on the Lummi Peninsula, including Hexton Way. Deep and swift floodwaters will inundate residential areas, farmlands, and roads. In addition, floodwaters could overflow and flood the Sumas drainage, which it's already doing. Flooding will occur all along the river, including headwaters, tributaries, and other streams within and near the basin. Again, recent activity. Maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 10 a.m. Thursday was 20.5 feet. And flood stage is 18 feet, so it is minor flooding right now. Forecast. The river is rising and expected to rise to a crest of 23.1 feet late this evening, so those severe impacts downstream from Ferndale would likely be anticipated by at least this early afternoon. It will then fall below flood stage late tomorrow evening. Oh, that's the update on the Nooksack River near Ferndale. New major flood warning upgraded for the Nooksack near Ferndale. That's an interesting change. Yeah, again, we broke the all-time high record here for the Nooksack at North Cedarville. Yesterday, early in the morning, we broke it by almost a foot here. And it's since rapidly receding and is likely to drop out of flood stage now by this afternoon. So good news for the upper regions of the Nooksack, including the South Fork Nooksack, which no longer is expecting or seeing flooding. We briefly peaked here at minor flooding, even though I believe they had this warning out for moderate. Let me see if they've updated it. Yeah, they updated it to take the flooding forecast out, just saying minor flooding is occurring. But even that is out of date now. It was issued at 4:59 this morning, so long out of date. Again, they've also continued the aerial flood warning here. It's really hard to tell which alerts are which with how much saturation we have with the polygons here. This is an aerial flood warning, an aerial and small stream flood warning here for the foothills and upper elevations of the Cascades here, all the way down into King County. And this is until 4 p.m. today. Flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations is imminent or occurring. Just drove through Enumclaw. Back half out by Warren is flooded. Water all over the road. Thank you for your report. Yeah, so Breezy GIF 85. The site is water.noaa.gov. I'll post the link down in the comments for you. So that, again, is water.noaa.gov. And good news here for Issaquah Creek, too. Seeing they're really starting to downgrade a lot of these alerts. A rapid downgrade here since the last update. We went from the red square down to the orange square. Means I think, yeah, we got away with no major flooding here in Issaquah. So good news. We still have moderate flooding, but we escaped major flooding in Issaquah. See, South Prairie Creek, the forecast was upgraded to major severity. That will be allowed to drop down into minor severity by this afternoon, but no expected peak crest expected anytime soon. We peaked up at 8,470 cubic feet per second, which is 470 cubic feet per second of flow above the major flood stage. I don't think it's anywhere close to the all-time record, since it's not even shown on this at all. James Alexander, thank you so much for your donation of 500 stars. Really do appreciate that. And again, James is also a subscriber here on Facebook. So shout out to my page subscribers and star senders. And still no updates from the Mud Mountain Dam here. They're not forecasting a flood downstream right now, which is interesting. And good news here for the Cowlitz River near Packwood. A saving grace. No longer seeing any flooding, and no flooding is forecast. But downstream here at Randall, still taking a while to empty those tributaries and those headwaters upstream. Still at major flooding stage, and expected to remain at major flooding stage until this afternoon. The good news is this isn't lasting as long as the forecast had it yesterday. They've offset this downward quite a bit, which is great news for that area. Ooh. Ugh. Oh boy. It's been a really long week, folks. Outside of the few upgrades, and they've dropped the forecast for flooding for the South Fork Stilly altogether, so they should be canceling this flood warning anytime soon. Yeah, no flooding's occurring and no flooding's forecast. Great news for Granite Falls. And this is interesting. Looks like the Stilly peaked and it's on a downward descent here. But still, the all-time record high is safe. Expecting it looks like it dropped in the moderate flood stage and should drop out of flood stage altogether by this evening. Again, great news for Arlington. And minor flooding occurring on the North Fork Stilly upstream, but no flooding forecast after this afternoon. Again, that's because the moisture axis is beginning to push south and dry out. So it's giving these rivers a much needed break now, which is the best news we could ask for today. No, I didn't even get close to my 8 hours last night. I got maybe 5 at most, and even that's being generous. Again, minor flooding occurring at the Nooksack overflow into Sumas. Flooding currently occurring in downtown Sumas. Yeah, still in jeopardy of breaking that all-time high record, but hopefully that rain lets up enough and we don't get up to that point. It looks like no longer expected to hit the all-time high record. We're going to be over a foot below the all-time high record at Concrete. A really great downtrend for them. It's still expected to break the all-time high by about 1.7 feet as of right now. But hopefully with that rain letting up, they'll begin to start downtrending this forecast here very shortly. So we still have about 24 hours before the max flood crest is expected in Mount Vernon. Again, plenty of time for a downtrend. If the rain lets up enough, then again, a saving grace possible for some of these areas down here that were evacuated. But still not doing so hot for the Skykomish, Snohomish, Snoqualmie, and Cedar. And Cowlitz here at Randall, too. And still moderate flooding here at Chehalis near Grand Mound and Skookumchuck near Bucota, but not seeing major impacts here in Centralia or Chehalis city limits. New Wacom has dropped below flood stage, but is expected to just barely get back in the minor flood stage by this afternoon, and then drop below flood stage. You notice as we go into Wednesday of next week, it's starting to pick up again. The forecast right now has it getting back in the bank full stage between 10 p.m. Tuesday, 4 a.m. Wednesday of next week. Have to keep a close eye on next week's forecast for rain. What does sending you stars mean? It's a one-time donation, Gary K. Jackson. So it's 1 cent per star, and I believe you can send them in a minimum of 50, which means you pay 50 cents and it donates 50 stars. And it rolls over to the next month for me. So all the stars that are being sent this month for December, I will receive that in January, sometime the third week of January. But if anyone is interested in sending support here to Puget Sound Stormwatch, the best way to do it, and this is the quickest way for me to receive any of those funds, is through Ko-Fi, or some people may call it Coffee. And the link is in the comment section for you guys, Facebook and YouTube. Yeah, again, appreciate the kind words from everybody, talking about the coverage and citizen journalism, for example. See, thank you all of the people who have donated, over 200 coffees now, total. Again, that is the best way to support the page and the brand. Yeah, good news. We're seeing considerably less flooding around a lot of the area today, especially here in the southwest interior. And seeing less in parts of the north interior here as well. Auburn Valley is a lake right now, I believe it. In minor flooding along the Green River and the White River, moderate flooding forecasts, and again, these are going to hold their forecast for over a week right now. That is the current projection. This goes out over a week. This is Sunday, December 21st. It still has it at minor flooding in Auburn. And this goes out to the 18th here, next Thursday, a week out. This has the White River, barring any major changes to the Mud Mountain Dam status, at minor flood stage for the next week. Again, just put a lot of stress on these rivers and these communities down here that cannot afford the flooding, let alone long-term flooding. Even if it's little, you know, whether you get a major flood for one day or a minor flood for a week, it's still going to do damage no matter what. Yeah, good news for the Nisqually, downstream from La Grande Dam to the Delta and the Deschutes also. No longer expecting flooding for you guys. Yeah, still just insane we have this many flood warnings, especially for major flooding around the area. You just don't see this too often. Okay, so yeah, flood levels dropping quick here at North Cedarville, but Nooksack near Ferndale continuing to go up right now, and it just crossed in the moderate flood stage. Is the Green River still looking okay in Kent by 240th and Golf Course? All right, does anyone down there have any intel they could give? Because I don't have any gauges or observations down there, so I'm relying on eyewitness reports for that. Thank you, Lisa Seckler, for donating 2 coffees. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Just unfortunate that looks like PayPal's putting another hold on it till they can verify the earnings. They did that back in November too. So won't be able to get to it right away, but that's not a huge deal. Not too worried about that. You make sure Facebook comments are still refreshing because this kind of bit me yesterday. Lost a lot of comments because I didn't refresh and Facebook started backing up. But it looks like we're caught up, so we're in good standing right now. Yeah, if anybody watching has any intel on the Green River by 240th and the golf course in Kent, feel free to chime in. All right, folks. And watching to see if this forecast trends down. This hasn't had an update in the last hour and a half, so waiting for a gauge update from that to follow the trend. You notice it had a sharp increase there, but then the rain started letting up around the area. And just in time, too, starting to dry out a little bit. Which again, it's saving a lot of these rivers from record breaks, but still Snohomish not doing so hot. Again, we broke the record in case you missed it. The Snohomish at Snohomish, and we're going to ride above that record for some time here. So we got just shy of 34 feet as of 10 o'clock, which is half a foot over that all-time record. We actually broke the record. Again, we broke the record at around 5:45 this morning, and just continued to break that record repeatedly. They were still breaking that record as of 10 a.m. Yeah, Regina, I heard Duval and Carnation are cut off right now. All roads in and out of the area are completely flooded over or closed altogether. I just hope as many people got out of there as possible and heeded the flood warnings. You said there's a breach along the Cedar River? Selig B 6780. What's the source on that information? Can you send that to me, please? You post in the comment box as soon as possible so I can look this up. Again, major flooding occurring here in South Prairie Creek, but expected to dip below major flooding stage very soon if it hasn't already. We're about an hour behind here on observations, and this is normal for the area. The Snohomish Valley is looking pretty soggy, 100%, and then some. Yeah, someone just said, posted the Reddit link. Okay, hang on, where did you post that? Posted 47 minutes ago. All right. Which subreddit is it in? Unless I can find it first. Oh, yep, I found it. Never mind. It's in the Seattle subreddit. Okay, so this is the Seattle subreddit. This is, I believe this is Highway 169, correct? Highway 169, and yeah, it looks like the Cedar River is over the roadway, but everybody's driving through it. All right. Lisa Bencriff or Benchriff, thank you for donating 99 stars. Appreciate that. I see a TikTok of this. Yeah, I don't believe people on YouTube have the ability to post links unless you're the admin or a moderator. I believe that's a YouTube limitation. You can on Facebook, though. Yeah, this is down in the Cedar River Valley, and a lot of flooding there. Major flooding between Landsberg and Renton right now. Yeah, Maple Valley Highway, Cedar River breach, 49 minutes ago. And yeah, he and everyone else on that road are rightfully getting blown up for driving through floodwaters. I could defend them if it's sudden, like within seconds, but if you see that from a mile away and you still go through it, that's just unwise. Please don't do that. Yeah. Yeah, it's a penny a star. I went over that a couple of minutes ago. Thinks the Snohomish could reach 34 feet before a crest. Holy wow. It very well could if it hasn't already. Literally within like a centimeter or less of 34 feet. Again, we have about an hour gap of data here that we're waiting for the observations to load here. Yeah, Snohomish at Snohomish. And with the additional pressure again from the Pilchuck, it's no wonder it's sending that gauge so high up there. So this is affecting areas downstream through EB Island into the delta up here between Everett and Marysville. Holy cow. Unwise, yes. It is a polite way to put it. That is true. As of an hour ago, watch out for pothole left lane of I-405 northbound just north of I-90. 12 cars pulled over with flat tires. Craziness. Truly just pure insanity going on around western Washington, even eastern Washington. The Wenatchee River at Pushastin is major flooding. You just don't see that often at all. At least to my knowledge, you don't. All right, so Airport Way in Snohomish has been closed. This is east of Highway 9. So right by Harvey Field there in Snohomish, due to water over the roadway. And there's just some crazy photos coming in here from the Skagit Valley. Like, look, you can see how heavy the flow is up here too. Like some of these houses, it's almost up to the roof lines on some of these houses and outbuildings. Just madness going on right now. Snohomish is, yeah, Snohomish is half a foot above record. And yes, very unreal, Angie, that this is happening. Very unreal. It's a wild amount of flooding. Said, I'm 45 and I've lived in Kent, Renton my whole life. I just wonder, see if the city of Renton has any updates on this. It said the Cedar River is cresting currently and is expected to remain high into the evening. People are questioning why the Renton Community Center is open today. Probably pretty valid to question that. Especially if it's right along the floodplain there in the Cedar. Probably, again, unwise. Cedar River is like 15 feet above normal. Is that true? Well, if by normal you mean non-flood stage. Just depends on what you're talking about, because it only reached 10 feet. Which, if that's 15 feet above normal, you don't want to be down to negative 5 feet. Okay, here's an update. Shelby Taylor. Mandatory go now evacuation. South Prairie Road and 162. That's right along the Veterans Bridge that was mentioned earlier. So again, breaking news out of South Prairie here. Now, evacuation for areas where South Prairie Road meets Highway 162 here. Wonder if they'll shut this bridge down then, but they're evacuating. Mandatory evacuation up here. It's just a little bit outside of the zone here that's covered on this map. Oh, we broke it. Hang on. Yeah, it doesn't show South Prairie in here. Only Ording and surrounding areas. Yeah, thank you, Shelby, for the update. Pierce County Sheriff's going door to door. Someone in South Prairie said, the flooding's the worst I've ever seen here. He's lived there his whole life. This is something I've never witnessed. That was 23 minutes ago, and since then they've issued the go now for parts of South Prairie Road and Highway 162 here. Unsure of the exact area around here that they're evacuating. Cedar River by Main Street in Renton. Are you asking for an update? If you're asking for an update, they fixed the gauge in that area. So the gauge is reading now. And actually, it says, yeah, we at 8:45 we broke the all-time record high for the Cedar River here in Renton. So official new record set for the Cedar River, 17.19 feet at 8:45 a.m. Is this truly live? Well, I just followed back with you, so I suppose it is. A simulation wouldn't get back to you so quick, would it? So yeah, not a good situation here for Highway 169 between Maple Valley and Renton along the Cedar. Water over the roadway confirmed. Again, in case you missed it, mandatory evac for areas of South Prairie Road and Pioneer Way. Waiting to see if we can get an updated map on that. Yeah, Puyallup River at Puyallup River Road, someone's asking. Back in the minor flood stage this morning, but not expected to get much higher than 28.66 feet, which is a little over a foot higher than what we saw yesterday afternoon. This could cause some low-lying flooding along Levee Road and parts of River Road. And my concern originally was the Saddle Creek neighborhood here. A lot of houses in here. Could see some low-lying flooding entering the neighborhood a little bit at that level. But yeah, minor flooding for the Puyallup River gauge. Here, approximately just southeast of Levee Pond Park here along the river. And affecting areas downstream into Fife and the Tide Flats. It looks like at River Road, yeah, this covers most of River Road too, and currently just above minor flood stage. Should see some water spilling over the banks Expected to get up another over 2 feet. So near moderate to top end minor flood stage. I say moderate cautiously because there is a moderate flood stage up here, but this is like middle to high end minor flood stage for River Road and Puyallup. Yeah, they're going door to door for mandatory evacuation notice. Again, only have a general area here, but this is South Prairie. This is a town between Ording and Buckley up here on Highway 162. So where South Prairie Road meets Highway 162 here, and South Prairie is closed. And again, evacuation in this area is going to be difficult. It'll be a little easier if you're east of the river here, because you can just dart up towards Buckley here. You can take Mundy Lost Road and you'll be fine. Even then, you can see the traffic's already starting to back up here on Mundy Lost. That could easily back it up a little bit on Highway 162. Eventually, I'm expecting these colors to start changing towards red. It's already getting pretty slow over the Veterans Bridge, and they suggested closing Veterans Bridge because of trees impacting it earlier. Share this from Skagit Breaking yet. Let me check that out, Ryan. Let's see, what did that... Okay, so aerial photos via William Baker. I got to be careful with copyright here. So we're going to show these very briefly. Again, we're going to be very brief, about 5 seconds a pop. And this is the Skagit River Valley. This is courtesy of William Baker, Skagit Flood. Unfortunately, they're not showing any locations. If you recognize this general area, please chime in if you recognize again. This is directly along the Skagit here. Did I repeat the evacuation? Yeah. So I can't find a general area. I have a general area of where it is, but I don't have an exact region of exactly which areas have to evacuate. They're probably evacuating the RV park if I had to take an accurate guess here. But South Prairie and Highway 162 here, around that intersection. I'm waiting for exact details on this. Winter Selbert, someone on Breaking Skagit Facebook page just said the Skagit just broke the dike north of the Lutheran Church on Hogue Road. Can you confirm? I personally cannot confirm. I'm waiting for reports as they come in. So that's the first time that I've heard of that. But I am on standby now because that would likely result in a flash flood warning being issued for that area. So Hogue Road up in... Let's go check that out one more time. Here, hang on. You said this is Lutheran Church on Hogue Road. Okay, I'm not super familiar with this area, so hang on. Hogue Road's in Mount Vernon city limits. Oh, there's a church up here. Yeah, that would not be good for this area, to say the least. That's putting it generous. That would be devastating. Luckily, a lot of these areas up here are uphill, so they would be safe. But along the rail line here, that would be completely unsafe. And there's businesses here, which hopefully have already been evacuated. But this would send a torrent of water downstream into downtown Mount Vernon along the rail line here. Ryan said, I want to say Cedar Woolley is the best guess. Idea with all the soggy ground if we have any wind events forecasted. Yeah, so I've been talking about the wind. You missed it by a little bit, but we're showing on the European run here this morning. We're definitely looking at some windy periods coming up, including Monday is a little concerning. See, Monday, 40 plus upwards of 50 or higher mile per hour gusts right now if this were to verify, but I'm expecting a downtrend, which is good news. That would be Monday morning and early afternoon. I'm just waiting to see, because if that was a breach, they would most likely put a flash flood warning out for downtown Mount Vernon if that actually happened. Yeah, expecting windy Tuesday night as well, but mainly over the coast and the hills and mountains. Couple of passing systems coming through. We're also watching a wind chance next Thursday night, Friday morning as well. Again, atmospheric rivers being aimed directly at Oregon this time, but Southwest Washington would likely get in some of that action. This is next Friday morning. Again, 40 plus mile per hour gusts possible for the South Sound coast, Southwest interior areas, and the foothills with that. But yeah, anything after this point is highly uncertain and likely will not happen. See, look, it's even showing a damaging wind event on Christmas for the foothills. See, that's how you know we're fantasy. Imagine easterly wind event on Christmas with 50 mile per hour gusts out of the southeast. That would be nonsense. Yeah, looks like Monday has the highest confidence at this moment. Monday morning through Monday afternoon. Could get pretty windy around the area for sure. And that is concerning, because that's right after a Pineapple Express moves through. See, there's the Pineapple Express. There's the system. It's looking pretty robust here on... Okay, they officially canceled the flood warning for Cowlitz River at Packwood at long last. So the threat is over at Packwood. Rejoice. That area's been to a lot the last few days. But we'll be watching the strength and track of this, because this would bring a really windy day to most of us. If this were to be a little deeper and move into the Cape Flattery area, this would be a strong area-wide gale, most likely. This would be Monday at 4 p.m., showing very tight pressure gradients over a small area, which translates to wind. Okay, so RV park is safe there in South Prairie. Thank you for the heads up. You joined just in the nick of time here. So this is for Emery Road on South Prairie Road. Let's get an exact area here real quick. Okay, so it's along 162 from South Prairie Road to Emery Avenue here. So anywhere along Emery going up the 126th over to the river and along South Prairie Road here, you need to leave immediately. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this includes the Foothills Trail down here and the fire department. And then do you know approximately how far south it goes? Like, does it go down to AP Tubbs here? It looks like right now this general area here and this area here along the creek are in immediate danger. So Emery to South Prairie Road here along Pioneer Way points to the north, and still trying to figure out exactly how far south this notice goes. Because a lot of people in South Prairie live south of 162 along Emery here. At the very least, north of Pioneer Way, between Emery Avenue and South Prairie Road, immediate evacuation up to the hillside here. Should include 126th Street Court East. So heads up, South Prairie residents. And just as a heads up, you can't evacuate to the west. You can only evacuate to the east right now, and the north is cut off here. So you have to evacuate on 162 this way. You may be able to get on AP Tubbs, but I'm unsure of the condition of Wilkeson Creek right now. Not sure about that, but Wilkeson Creek might be running high too, so it may be risky to take AP Tubbs to Johns Road out of town. Yeah, so Amtrak Cascades from Seattle to Vancouver and Amtrak Empire Builder from Seattle to Spokane are canceled until further notice. Yeah, both Cascades and Empire Builder service have been postponed until further notice. White River update. Seeing encouraging signs on the White River overnight, Army Corps of Engineers began reducing flows. Conditions look favorable. Puyallup River has already crested, which means lower outflows will be needed moving forward. That is fantastic news. Let's just hope we can hold off on the rain enough to allow the rivers to dip below flood stage before the next round of rain moves in, which looks like Sunday and the Monday right now. Yes, absolutely. Britt A. Kelly 9231 says, thank you for this valuable service and providing websites. And also for providing an open forum so that watchers can contribute in the local areas. Yeah, it is extremely helpful. Then we have a City of Auburn government update. The Green River is looking pretty okay, still in minor flood levels, and the flow is expected to go up in the moderate heading into the weekend, but will be well below its peak on Tuesday. Yeah, but are they mentioning the fact that both the Green and White Rivers could be in flood stage for over a week? That's probably the difference maker here, and I don't think they're talking about that enough. Because releasing the Mud Mountain Dam, there is flooding in Enumclaw now, Elk Meadows neighborhood and Warner Avenue. Yeah, but good news for Enumclaw residents, it looks like they're going to be reducing the flow from the Mud Mountain Dam. Courtesy of the report, just 2 messages above you. Yeah, like Selig said, wind and saturated ground, not a good combo. Major tree fall warning. Definitely possible. It doesn't take much to bring trees down when the soil is liquid. It really doesn't take much. That's why I was pushing that wind advisory yesterday before it expired. Because we were seeing 30+ mile per hour gusts, which doesn't sound like much, but with the amount of rain some areas got, that could do significant damage. And we saw the number of mudslides and landslides, and still are seeing, because we have a mudslide that is on the 509 northbound off-ramp off of I-5 near 216th Street, up in the Des Moines SeaTac area. Yeah, Selig said, gotta have each other's back. I'd say about 98% of you guys watching are Washingtonians. I've had a few people come in from different states at time to time. I had Arkansas the other day. I had Arizona, quite a few Oregon peeps as well. Okay, we have exact evacuation areas now, which is good. So let me pull this up for you guys real quick here. Let me pull this up for you guys real quick. Thank you to Kayla, aka Mrs. Panda Eater here on YouTube, for sharing this information. This is Pierce County. I'm guessing this is Pierce County Department of Emergency Management up here, west to Emory Avenue. So the level 3 is go now. It is north of 162, and does not include 120. What is that? 126th, I believe. Which is odd that they're not including all of 126th Street Court East in this. Not even the level 2. But level 2 gets set just south of the fire department here, along the Foothills Trail. It's from Rainier Avenue southeast along Southeast 2nd Street to the river here. And yes, this is PCDEM. So I'm going to cross-post that real quick here on Facebook. Although it's 38 minutes too late, unfortunately. Wish I would have seen this earlier. Guess I gotta follow the page on here. I have it on my personal page, but I don't have it on my my Facebook, like my Facebook page. You know, Puget Sound Stormwatch. So anyways, level 2 evac for the area in green here. East of Rainier Avenue to Veterans Park, along Foothills Trail, north of Southeast 2nd Street. Level 2, be set. And level 3, Emory Avenue east to the river, north of Pioneer Highway here. There's quite a few homes right there along the creek, expecting it to overtop its banks if it hasn't already in city limits. So evacuate now if you're between Emory Avenue and the river here, the creek. Emory Avenue and the creek, north of Highway 162 here in South Prairie city limits. Leave immediately. Be ready. Rainier Avenue to the creek from Veterans Park to Southeast 2nd Street. Be ready. Currently observed major flooding as of the last update. Yeah, so it's looking like they're trying to keep flow out of the Mud Mountain Dam here below 10,000 cubic feet per second. Again, this site, the outflow here, the site's just not doing a great job showing it whatsoever. It hasn't showed anywhere remotely close to that level. Said they told us they will be releasing more water later today around 4 p.m. That is from the Army Corps of Engineers and Sumner Police Department. Talking about the Mud Mountain Dam downstream along the White River. We expect to see some impacts similar to yesterday, but hope no worse. That is from Sumner Police. Again, Sumner Police. They'll expect some flooding along the White River. Already seeing flooding here in some neighborhoods, I was told. Along Warner Avenue here. So it looks like some of the flooding's getting all the way up here into city limits. That's what someone told me earlier. Wonder if it's because it's flowing into Boise Creek. Believe it flows downwards like this, but if it flows into the river, please correct me on that. Does Boise Creek flow out of the White or into the White? It looks like it goes into the hills here, so not quite sure about that. Yeah, Selig heard that last night. So they upgraded to a level 3. Good thing I have the map up here. Let's look at this. Yeah, last time I checked was level 2, but let's upgrade. Let's refresh. Still shows level 2 right now. Hoping to update that very quick. All right, is that from one of the local police departments, or is that from the county? Do you know where that came from, Cody Hudgens? Just so I can verify the source. Wow, they did an airlift rescue along the Snoqualmie. That's crazy. Just got a video from Glenn Boatman. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow me to show full screen Facebook DM videos, sadly. Okay, they canceled the aerial flood advisory for King Pierce and Snohomish with that heavy rain, thankfully. Yeah, I saw Pierce County Sheriff posted on X the level 3 evac for South Prairie residents. Still waiting to see where that level 3 supposedly for the Daffodil neighborhood here was posted. Subjects stuck on top of their vehicle, floodwater, Highway 530 near Rockport. Multiple agencies responding. Vehicle almost fully underwater. As of right now, the South Prairie notice is level 3 for mentioned area above. Yeah, level 2, 162 Rainier Avenue. No info of the conditions above or near Wilkinson or AP Tubbs. Okay, so it was sent as a reverse 911 alert from the city. And yeah, they just upgraded it. So yes, level 3 go now here in Ording along the Carbon River. This is along Daffodil Avenue Northeast. So if you're along Daffodil Avenue Northeast or points east to the river from the waste treatment plant up to the river here, the end of the road here, anywhere east in this red contour here. What's the name of this park here? Does this park have a name? But anyways, the waste treatment plant is included in this. You know, anyone that works here or lives in these houses along Daffodil Avenue here, facing the river, you're in immediate danger and need to leave now. It's level 3 evacuation here in Orting city limits along the Carbon River. Leave immediately. Anywhere in the red, leave immediately. There was a levee breach yesterday, but it looks like this level 3 still remains in effect. Williams Boulevard along Mellinger and down to Williams Street Northwest, west of Headley Avenue Northwest here. This is just outside of High Cedars here. And High Cedars, last time I checked, is still in the level 2. As well as Leach Road west to the hillside and along Orting Cemetery here, north of Orting-Kapowson Highway. This is west of the Puyallup River. So level 2 there, but level 3 for Williams Boulevard neighborhood, Daffodil Avenue facing the Carbon, and 116th Street East southward, and 151st Avenue Court East eastward to the Puyallup River in McMillan. So level 3, go nows in red. Level 2, get set. Still get set here for the Crocker area along 177th Street East, east of Pioneer Highway, but this road is closed. So again, that's from Orting. All right, see a couple of updates here on YouTube. Yeah, so far not seeing anything new in that section, but in case anyone missed it, if you want to go read Selig B6780's comments on YouTube, feel free. For your Facebook audience. Yeah, a lot of major highways closed, including eastbound 90 closed between Snoqualmie and North Bend. Mudslide occurred yesterday. Still closed. Highway 18 is closed along Tiger Mountain from I-90 to Hobart, Issaquah. So you cannot go over Tiger Mountain. What's that ding for? Okay. Anyways, US 2 closed. Stevens Pass to Coles Corner. You cannot get over Stevens Pass. It is closed. So, scenic area on US 2 up through Coles Corner west of Leavenworth. Slides, flooding, rocks in the roadway. So, no access over US 2 Stevens Pass. I believe they reopened White Pass though, so I think White Pass is okay now. And State Route 20 in Marble Mount due to the water on the road. They also closed the part of 530 going into Rockport also. All right, Mrs. Panda Eater, take it easy. Have a great day. Signing off for a while. Stay safe, everyone, she says. Dagmar says Tumwater is closed. By Tumwater, what do you mean by Tumwater? Like, you're not talking about something in the city itself. Is there a road along Mud Mountain Dam? I feel like I should know this, but for some reason I'm firing a blank here. When you say Tumwater is closed, what do you mean by that? Oh, this is interesting. Where did this come from? Oh, that's not good. That is not good. Are we getting rain over this area right now? No, we're not. When did that pop up? Oh, that is really not good. That was not expected to happen anymore. They did forecast a major flood crest at around 10 o'clock, which verified, but where did that come from? We're not even getting any rain down here. Yeah, that is really not good for Orting. Explains why they're putting out more evacuation notices. Oh boy. You see, they dropped the forecast, and it was out of dropped down the moderate flood stage, but was not expected to go back in the major flood stage as of this morning. Oh boy, this could be big for Orting. I just saw we passed over 1,700 subscribers. Thank you guys for continuing to subscribe. See, how soon can we get to 2,000? Trying to look for an update here from City of Orting or the county. Yeah, we just went back in the major flood stage as of 10 o'clock. This is upstream of Orting towards Electron, but this affects areas all the way down into Sumner. Again, with the combined release of the Mud Mountain Dam into the White River, this could put additional impacts on the city of Sumner as well, where the two rivers meet. This could also possibly kick up the Puyallup River near Puyallup as well. We'll be watching that gauge here closely. Right now, they're expecting a crest of 28.66 feet by 4 p.m. today. If this trend continues, like, see, you don't often see a yellow square with a purple dot. That just doesn't really happen that often. This is not from the dam release, so the White River does not go through Orting. That's a great question, because there's not a lot of rain in the area right now. I'm not sure how this surged back into major flooding so quickly. See, ignore all the drops. There's an issue with the gauge that's known about. But from about 4 a.m. this morning to 10 a.m. in about 6 hours, we went from no flooding straight into major flooding. I know we've had some rain throughout the day this morning, but just not much in the last hour or so from what I can see. There was some rain in the area, but nothing too major along Mount Rainier or any of the Puyallup tributaries along the valley there. I'm not sure where we got that burst of water from. It got a little heavy, but for a short time. Let's see, it went in the major not long ago. I'm waiting for another update. It's been about an hour to see what this river level's at. hoping we get an update on that very soon. Yeah, they've been releasing from the White River Dam overnight from what I've heard. It's caused some flooding in parts of Enumclaw city limits up here. Someone said flooding on Warner Avenue. I think it's flooding down in the Boise Creek, if I'm not mistaken. 170 watching. It's been a while since I've checked. Yeah, 174 of us here on YouTube. 16 of you guys still on Facebook. Yeah, there's a lot of people in here. Yeah, like Tanya said, please like, comment, subscribe, ring that bell, and the reach goes further, and you could save lives if you share. And yeah, likes are free, like she said. Someone just said the EB Slough is so high right now that they're having to add dirt to keep the levee from fully breaching along the Snohomish. That is absolutely mind-boggling. Family member said it was raining from 7 a.m. till they left for Seattle at 11. Is that down there in the Ording area? Even then, we haven't seen torrential rainfall amounts in this area since, I like to say, Monday night or Tuesday morning. So that's allowed these rivers down here to really recover over a gradual amount of time here. Oh, in Puyallup, yeah. And if you're on Facebook, some of the comments are auto-hiding, but I'm making sure to unhide them. Megan Witonsky said, I'll send the photos so you can post on stream. Yeah, please do. Since you're on Facebook, you can DM them to the Puget Sound Stormwatch page. Just click send a message on the page. You can send them in. EB Island floods all the time, but not like what we're seeing right now. This doesn't happen often at all. Yeah, the fact that they're having to add dirt this much around to keep the levees from breaching, you just don't hear about that along the Snohomish that often. No rain currently. Yeah, it's dried out around much of the area. Oh, coincidentally, he just got a scam call that startled me. Yeah, the rain right now, even then it's not too heavy, but it's all north of Everett for the most part. Again, going to add a little more pressure on these North Cascade rivers. So, you know, like Skykomish, for example, although the headwaters go down here, probably won't see much on the Skykomish and Snohomish. But for areas like the Stille, the Sauk, Skagit, and Nooksack up here, could see additional higher river levels from time to time. But again, most of the major stuff is done through the weekend across the area. Let me pull this up real quick. Whoa, that was not right. Hey, Ken Moffitt, welcome back. Good morning. Thank you for 200 stars. Appreciate that. There's a post on City of Ording page where they update per hour. I'll be on the lookout for that. But I want to open Megan's message real quick. So many tabs open trying to navigate around here. I see City of McMillan. Oh yeah, that's crucial. So yeah, let's show this here. This is from Megan Witonsky here on Facebook. I see City of McMillan down here. What road is this that you're looking at? And if possible, which direction are you looking at? That looks like an RV park. I'm assuming this is somewhere around McMillan, which is unincorporated Pierce County. Yeah, can you give us an approximate location on where you took this? Also the other photo as well, which for some reason I just lost. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, looking out the window here. And see that torrent going into this creek here. Yeah, can you give us approximate locations on these photos, please, if possible? We can kind of gauge where all of this is happening right now. If you could do so, please do so. Thank you very much. Any major updates for Mount Vernon? I'm a vendor that works the stores up there. All the stores were closed, as they should be. They should be closed. There's no excuse for them to be open if they're in that floodplain here in Mount Vernon. All right, Snohomish area. Water's overflowing in the levee in some spots. So yeah, let's go look closer at the gauges for Mount Vernon, since someone asked. Oh, that is Enumclaw. That's actually Enumclaw. Really? Okay, never mind. It's weird. I saw a City of McMillan sign, so I thought maybe you were down in Ording. It must have borrowed a sign or something. Okay, so that is off of Warren. Let me just make sure I'm not confusing Warren with Warner, because I think there's one of each in here. I know there's Warner up here. Is there a Warren as well? Or is that Warner Avenue you're talking about here? I know there's a Watson, but I'm not sure about a Warren. How do I send you video? Selig is asking. You can DM me here on Facebook. Due to DMs, I won't be able to play it on stream. But if you want me to play it on stream, post it on your Facebook and tag Puget Sound Stormwatch in it, and I should be able to play it on here. Otherwise, if you just want to send it just to have me look at, you can DM me here on Facebook, on the Facebook page. Okay, so yeah, Warner Avenue. Is that along Boise Creek here? Yeah, that looked crazy for Enumclaw. And water over the roadway, Warner Avenue in Enumclaw here. It's southeast 456th. Let's see here. Okay. Off of Warner, yeah. If you go to the right, that takes you to the main road 410 and Enumclaw headed towards Buckley. Hang a right. So are you on the west side of 410 here? If you said hang a right here? So you're right by the school then, is that correct? That's not right by Boise Creek though. Yeah, how's the wind going to be? It's going to be okay until Monday. Monday could be quite windy around the area. So wind should hold off for a while until Monday. You're in Spanaway, yeah. It'll be breezy at times, but we're not expecting any major wind or even anywhere close until Monday. Okay, so Selig just tagged me in something, so let's see if we can go find that real fast. Krista mentioned you and what's happening in Snohomish. Oh yeah, I completely missed that earlier. Levee exceeded near Old Snohomish Road, Dairyland area. So yeah, levee was breached down here. This is Old Snohomish Road. I believe this is around Snohomish city limits here. Yeah, complete breach there over the road. Okay, someone launched a drone right there too. Yeah, that's on the... Let me check the page again. That is... What's happening in Snohomish? Several people are arguing whether or not it's a failure or just a topping. Like, topped over. Might have topped over. It's hard to tell if it's just topped or if it's a failure. But hang on, Selig. I'm looking out for your post here. Okay, there we go. Now let's show this real quick. This is from Selig Burn. Oh, never mind. Hang on. Okay, Selig Bernstein. No, we're still not getting it right. Hang on here. All right, nope. Now we're gonna have issues. Pardon me. Technical difficulties. Trying again. All right, here we go.
On this side too, everything is just...
He said this is the cornucopia area of Carpenito Farms. Currently Auburn Valley. So thank you, Selig Bernstein, for your submission.
On this side too, everything is just underwater.
That's madness. Yeah, again, thank you, Selig, for sharing that with us. Yeah, I would show these videos on the stream, but unfortunately it would reveal a lot of personal information from not only myself, but from other people. So if you send videos on Facebook, go ahead and post on your page. Go ahead and either post to my page or make a post on your profile and tag Puget Sound Stormwatch. Those are two ways to send in videos on Facebook. Because right now, DMs, as far as I know, DMs are not only vertical, but they also only show in a minimized screen. So it would be very hard to see. I'm also not trying to expose any personal information of my follower base. Water has risen 16 inches in the past 2 hours in Sumas. Report just came in. Yeah, looks like it has. And it's still going up there in Sumas. There was a sign that was just barely sticking up above the water, and now it's completely underwater. It's Sumas city limits. All right. Yeah, overall, look at the radar right now. Drying out here in the South Sound really should be helping relieve a lot of these rivers down here. But just hit major flooding again here for the Puyallup near Ording, and waiting to see if we get updated values here. No, we're still missing about an hour and a half gap, so let me try refreshing here. Ben was live on the breach early this morning. No, we haven't had an update in an hour and a half. Waiting to see what the next value is for the Ording area up here. And good news is no longer flooding on the Carbon near Fairfax. I'm guessing most of the pressure on this area of the Carbon down here is from the South Prairie Creek draining into the Carbon here. Guys, we're no longer seeing any flooding up near Fairfax. through this area, but we are major flooding along South Prairie Creek downstream into Crocker and into Ording right now, which has forced some of those level 3s here along Daffodil Avenue Northeast. Okay, Megan Witonsky said those photos that she sent in of the flooding in Enumclaw were on the west side of 410. So, towards Enumclaw High School there. Apparently failed in that area in the past. That's what I saw in some of the comments, yes. So, apparently it's nothing new in that area. Just hope maybe they would have learned their lesson before and fixed it before this, but I guess that's not the case, is it? All businesses in Old Town Mount Vernon boarded up last night. Yeah, I believe last time I checked, we're currently major flooding in Mount Vernon city limits, which we are. So, still expected to hit a crest right now. The forecast still remains valid at 1.7 feet above the all-time high record by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Last update was at 10:15, so we still have quite a gap in the data here for all of these gauges. Wonder if they're having issues with their servers or if it's something on NOAA's end possibly. But anyways, last update was 10:15, 32.91 feet. This is 0.91 feet over the major stage of 32 feet. Again, that was an hour and a half ago. Projected by Friday, tomorrow at, what is this, 10 o'clock? Yeah. To hit 39.1 feet, which is 1.7 feet above the all-time high record for the Skagit River in Mount Vernon. Also, hazmat situation, Chevron underwater on Auburn Way 277th. Gas smell is making people sick, and there's a sheen on top of the water. Oh boy, that is awful. Yeah, if they don't have a reason to evacuate that immediate area with the water, they should now, for sure. As water, as well as, I'm guessing that's got to be some sort of a gas overflow, possibly. Some sort of gasoline or diesel overflow into the water, perhaps. Because gasoline, releases some pretty horrid vapors, especially in higher concentrations. That easily makes people lightheaded. Finally dried out downtown Tacoma. It had been raining well over 24 hours straight. Yes, a much needed break around the area today. Especially if you're south of Everett. Much needed break. That moisture axis will begin to slide south as the day goes on. It was much heavier earlier in the morning. But that moisture has, for the most part, slid south. But for the most... let me rephrase that. Yeah, so for the most part, has slid south over the area, but is beginning to dry out. That's what I'm trying to say. The round of rain coming in right now has been drying out. So we're running out of steam right now with that atmospheric river moving down here. But models showing a potential second round of at least moderate precipitation for much of the area coming up later on this afternoon. Just not seeing anything show up on radar yet. And then after that, we get a much needed break for a couple days around the area. How long are you on for today? It just depends on how long I feel like doing it. Definitely really sore. My voice box is hanging on for dear life. I don't know if I want to do an all-day stream again. We've been going for almost 4 hours here, and Facebook's going to cut off. Let me get an approximation on this. I think Facebook's going to cut off around 4 o'clock or so. So we may wrap up our flood coverage around 4 o'clock or so this afternoon. But depending on the YouTube audience, if YouTube's hanging around still, we'll probably go longer on YouTube. Hydrate. Thank you for the reminder. Looks like just shy of 200 of us on YouTube, just past 2,500 views. 10 of us hanging on Facebook. And just past 100 reactions. 14 shares. Thank you guys for sharing. Let's get the word out there in case anyone may have missed an evacuation notice or an upgrade to major flooding. This is the quickest way for me to warn people is through a live stream. Yeah, Highway 12 washed out in the town of Natchez. Last night's Fall City choppers that were over my head were rescuing a stranded motorist. Yeah, I saw a video of that somewhere. It was in the Snoqualmie Fall City area, but there was an overnight helicopter rescue of someone on top of a car, I believe it was. Yeah, both directions of 202 still closed for sure. Still surrounded by water. You live on 202. Your place isn't directly flooding though, is it? Yeah, just the amount of purple dots here, and I'll turn off the forecasts and just show you the dots. The dots are all current major flooding at the moment. And here on the west side, we have 12 of them still. Okay, you're saying you are elevated. Oh, okay, okay. So it is safe where you're at. Good. Yeah, again, let's turn off the green and yellow dots to avoid confusion here. This is a wider look at things across Washington State right now. So purples are major, reds are moderate, oranges are minor. And this is observed flooding. Yeah, sure thing, Tanya. Thank you for staying tuned in. Can't leave or have a medical issue if you feel me. Yeah, if so, you're just gonna have to call 911 and hope they can airlift you out of there ASAP. That's really about the only hope you have if you need to go. Let's see, is Ben still live here? No, he's not. So Snoqualmie Falls currently having his 6th highest crest on record, in jeopardy of having the 5th highest crest on record. Robert Surfer, hello. Welcome in. What just happened? Yeah, guys, it says my chat disconnected here on YouTube. I've never seen that before. We're still streaming, so it's just the YouTube chat just disconnected. That's very odd. Okay, we reconnected. Good. Showing 181 watching now. Yes. Really helps the channel for sure. Log on and keep up with updates. Absolutely. Public domain says Skagit crest max 40.84, 7:30 a.m. Is that Mount Vernon or is that concrete? Okay, so we do have some updated values here for some of these rivers. Okay, yeah, so it's concrete. Yeah, max crest so far up in concrete was, let me see if I can pull up the exact value here. 41.13 feet at 7:15 this morning. So that's at the concrete gauge upstream. Again, expected to remain at major flood stage, but is no longer looking like it'll break the all-time record. A huge downtrend of nearly 5 feet down from the forecast last night, which again is a blessing up there. He said Wilkerson. Do you mean Wilkeson? The town of Wilkeson? And when you say they're going down, do you mean like they're evacuating or they're beginning to flood? Main highway by Snohomish and the exit to downtown Snohomish is underwater. Yeah, we've been tracking the record highs broken for the Snohomish. It's well over the record high, and it still continues to keep breaking the record high several times on top of itself. See, each new dot over one another, that is a new record broken every 15 minutes. It keeps breaking the record. This is the gauge closest to the Snohomish River under I-5. Apparently, it just closed Highway 9. If they haven't already, they should have. There's been talk about a levee being overtopped in this area, but not breached, just over the levee. And apparently it's had a history of being overtopped in the past. They said it was Old Snohomish Road, I believe, which is, if I'm not mistaken, is Old Snohomish Monroe Road. Right over here, if I believe, there was water spilling into the roadway. But if they didn't already close Highway 9 south of Snohomish, they should have it closed by now. F3 tag, that is entirely possible. I feel like that will likely happen. They should downgrade the forecast for Mount Vernon downstream. If that crest for concrete has decreased that much, we should hopefully be well below the all-time high for the Skagit in Mount Vernon, which means maybe best case scenario they'll cancel that flash flood watch for the area by the end of today. Floodwater residing in Wilkeson. Okay, thank you. Or unless there's a Wilkerson somewhere that I don't know about. That is where Ben was, I think, this morning, and I meant topped over, not breached. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, there was a bit of discrepancy in that post. I think it was the What's Happened in Snohomish group. There are people arguing over whether or not it was a breach or overtopping, but guess it was just topped over. So there's no breach. A breach would cause major problems downstream for areas like EB Island, for example, which is fully evacuated last time I checked. Yeah, drying out break for sure. How is Big Lake doing? Which one is that? Is that up here somewhere? Big Lake? Oh, there's Big Lake. Okay. Haven't heard any updates on Big Lake, but if we look over here, parts of Big Lake are in that 100-year floodplain zone. This is just from the creeks feeding into it. I think Big Lake is okay right now, last time I checked. I haven't heard of any eyewitness reports here along Highway 9. And not seeing road closures in that area along Highway 9 at the moment. Highway 9 is closed going into Cedar River here from State Street up to the junction with Highway 20. Yeah, Highway 9 closed from Acme and the Deming here along the Nooksack. It looks like Highway 9's not closed, but it is very, very backed up right now. At least as of the last update. They may have closed it since this. But yeah, road closures in the area. Heavy, heavy, heavy traffic over that area right now. Info on the Pilchuck. They dropped the flood warning for the Pilchuck. And last time I checked on the gauge, it was below flood stage at the lower gauge down here. Yeah, because otherwise it would show up as an orange, red, or purple dot. So they dropped the flood warning for the Pilchuck, and currently at the gauge under Highway 2 is not flooding at the moment. But further downstream at the tributary with Snohomish, I am hearing lots of reports of heavy flooding along the Pilchuck. I haven't heard any reports upstream towards Lake Stevens. Hello, Keith. Good afternoon. They have flooded before Lake Overfill, southeast. Burlington evacuation route. Yeah, so they're saying in Burlington, evacuate along I-5. They're saying either get out west towards Fidalgo Island or get up north and south of the area. Preferably to the north because there's higher hills a shorter distance away than traveling down through Conway, where you have to cross into Snohomish County before you go higher up here. They're preferring you evacuate either west or north if you're in the town of Burlington here. So I-5 north or Highway 20 west towards Anacortes. River is overflowing levees along Lowell River Road. Low River Road. That down south a bit. Oh yeah, Lowell Snohomish River Road. Okay, yeah, that one's closed. That one's closed in pretty much its entirety. That explains why for sure. Pilchuck is high all the way up by Lake Stevens, but within its banks. Thank you, Krista, for the heads up. He said, come to my place near 20 at reservation. In Snohomish. See again, current flood gauge level here at the Snohomish. In Snohomish here. Currently major flooding and still breaking its all-time high record repeatedly every 15 minutes. But seems to have since stabilized and has actually decreased a little bit from 10:45 to 11. But no update in the last hour according to observations. Can expect it to remain over that previous all-time high record all the way until about 9 to 10 a.m. tomorrow. So heads up, you do not want to be anywhere along Highway 9 or anywhere downstream here. You want to be gone if you're in this river floodplain here. You want to be gone if you're not already. Yeah, I believe it's completely flooded. I'm just not seeing any updates on the closure map right now. Of course, I'm using Google, so it's a little different than Washington DOT, but you know, it's just showing heavy backed up traffic, which means if it's not already closed, they should be closing it very, very shortly. And a good reason to close it. You see the pictures of Sumas. Yeah, I've seen the Washington DOT cameras for Sumas, but they're very low resolution, so it would be very hard to show them on stream. Yeah, I've seen that Sumas rose 16 inches over, what was it, a period of a few hours, someone reported. Certainly looks like it. And yeah, like Keith said, very busy up there. I could imagine the fire scanners is nonstop up there. So yeah, I'm only showing current observations at the moment, and to avoid confusion, I've eliminated any yellow, green, or any other colored dots. So we have oranges for minor, red for moderate, purple for major. Again, the Chehalis near Grand Mound and Skookumchuck near Bucota are still moderate flooding at the moment, but should begin to go below their crest, beginning early this afternoon and continuing on hopefully through tomorrow. They should drop out of flood stage by then. And oddly enough, it looks like the purple dot's gone down here. Okay, well, we went to major for a very short time. Okay, no, that's one of those really weird oscillations, so that's a glitch. Because the Orton gauge here has issues oscillating up and down for some reason. This has been known. In 15 minutes, it'll go from that to that. So likely still hanging around major flood stage. Because the last update we had was, I believe, 10 a.m. And it has gone up another 100 cubic feet per second of flow. So we may still have major flooding downstream in the Orting at the moment. Again, not quite sure exactly what caused that. We haven't had sustained heavy rains over Mount Rainier today. So yeah, so I'll show yellows here too. And yellows are bank full. So not flooding, but up to its banks. Includes Pilchuck here, Tolt, Skykomish at Skykomish. White River Dam outflow, the Mud Mountain Dam outflow. Carbon near Fairfax. Puyallup near Orting at the moment, but that will change. That is a glitch. Nisqually at McKenna. Nisqually near National. Skookumchuck at Centralia. Chehalis at Centralia. Newaukum near Chehalis. Satsop near Satsop. Skokomish Forks upstream. Those are the areas in western Washington that are at bank full but not currently seeing flooding. And likely not expecting to see flooding anytime soon. Yeah, they lowered the stage. Did they? Well, I checked, they lowered the stage significantly. It's still about 1.7 feet above. Yeah. Hopefully, if they lower it enough, I'm hoping they cancel that flash flood watch if that's the case. Because 1.7 feet, yeah, that'll still do some damage, but it's not like a person tall. You know what I mean? Because it was like 5 feet close to 5 feet last night when we last checked in. Yeah, I was wondering if he meant Wilkeson. I don't know of a Wilkerson around here. Let me refresh Facebook again in case I'm missing comments. I've been having issues with this recently. So if I missed any comments, sorry about that. But it looks like we're caught up right now. We're just kind of taking a break from Facebook comments. Yeah, most of you have tuned out on Facebook already. So I must have already gotten the point across for most of you. Still a lot of you guys hanging out on YouTube. We've been over 100 since around the time the stream started. Looks like since just after 8:30 this morning, we've been over 100 continuous viewers. Looks like the log jam keeps growing at the EB Slough. Someone posted that the levee broke in Skagit County, but I haven't heard. That was earlier, yes. Unconfirmed report. I still have not found the confirmed report. If the levee would have broke, they most likely would have put out a flash flood warning already for some areas. But it was an unconfirmed report from what I've heard, and have not seen anything that verifies that. Downtown Cedro is safe. Downtown Cedro and up on the hill on Mount Vernon, you guys are safe. And if you're about a mile east of I-5, outside of Conway, going up the hill, you are also safe. So again, show the floodplain map one more time for you guys. Mount Vernon area, up the hill, east of the rail line. If you're along College Way, east of Parker Way here, you are safe. Anywhere in the yellow, you are not safe. My tree I use as a gauge across the river shows we're down at least 3 feet. Well, that must be a good sigh of relief for you. Yeah, they evacuated cities like Rockport, Concrete, Hamilton, Lyman, Burlington, and the lower elevations of Mount Vernon and Conway as well. See, once you start to climb the hill from Conway up towards Lake McMurray there, then you are in the safe zone. But yellow, you are not safe. You should not be there. Although they haven't issued mandatory evacuations for the towns of LaConner or Edison, it's highly recommended that you don't be there. So yeah, like I said, downtown Cedro, you are fine. I just cannot get my glasses clean. I have an idea. A little bit of glass spray should help. Yeah, huge shout out to you guys, by the way. Huge shout out to you guys for sending in your reports and evacuation notices around the area. And without you guys, I'd probably be clueless when it comes to that. I just have to be searching around window by window to find these evacuation notices, but you guys are making it too easy to share. Again, you guys, the followers, the viewers, you guys make this stream possible. I know you're concentrating on Puget Sound, but Leavenworth and the east slopes of the Cascades had a major windstorm yesterday. Yeah, they actually closed down Blewett Pass because there were wind gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour plus. And what's weird too is Yakima in some areas got up almost to 70 degrees while the rivers were majorly flooding in some areas due to downsloping winds from the west. You know, compressional heating from downsloping is what warms a lot of these areas up here west of the Cascades during east winds. Remember there was one time where the North Bend area hit 80 degrees and it was midnight or 11 p.m. because of ridiculously strong downslope compressional heating winds. Because, you know, when you compress an air mass, you increase its kinetic energy and you increase its heat energy as a result. Because with gas laws, you're reducing volume, you increase temperature and pressure. Let me make sure I have that right. At the very least, we'll just relate volume and temperature. You decrease volume, you increase temperature, I believe. Jeez, I just sprayed my glasses and I made it worse. Yeah, the Chinooks. They used to call the east winds over here the Chinooks. It sounds familiar. The Chinook winds. You know, the downsloping mountain winds that you get through the gaps. No, now I'm just smearing. Hang on. That was a huge microfiber, but it worked. All right, we got some photos in here from Max Prince. Milwaukee Bridge, Puyallup Courthouse on Wednesday, December 10th, 8:27. Ooh, a lot of photos. So by the courthouse. Show these real quick. I believe he said this is off of Main Street. Oh yeah, look, top of the bush right there. Huh. Here's an additional photo he sent. Right up to the steps here. See, there's another guy taking a photo there in the corner too. See a truck right there also. Yeah, that's considerable. You can see the tops of these bushes here and there too in the parking lot. I believe this is a parking lot. Or at least right now was a parking lot. Yeah, in case you may have missed it earlier, we have a level 3 evac here in Ording. Anywhere east of Daffodil Avenue Northeast along the river, including the Ording Waste Treatment Plant here, in a mandatory evacuation. The mandatory evac still exists here for Williams Boulevard along Mellinger here, just outside of High Cedars. White River is doing okay right now from what I've heard. They've been doing releases on it. It sounds like with the Puyallup receding downstream here, sounds like they'll be doing gradual releases and they'll actually be lowering the rate below 10,000 cubic feet per second. Which again is a saving grace for a lot of these areas down here. Although, the yellow dot shows no flooding at the moment. It's most likely still major flooding. It's just there's an issue with the gauge upstream from Ording. But yeah, these are current observations. Yellow dots, action stage. Orange dots, minor stage. Red, moderate, and purple, major. You see, we still have 11, although there are 12, but shows 11 purple dots west of the Cascades right now, including a purple dot here for the Wenatchee at Peshastin, which is ridiculous. Downstream into Wenatchee. Tree came down where it was there, but couldn't record fast enough to get it. Yeah. Abbotsford, BC declared a state of emergency. In case you guys didn't know, Washington State is under a state of emergency and the National Guard has been mobilized. Officially as of last night. Yeah, see, that's why you gotta be really careful around there, Max. Tree came down where he was at around the time he was taking the photos and he couldn't get the phone out fast enough to get it. See, that's why very little wind can do excess damage in some places. It wasn't windy, I know that, but the tree roots just gave up and that was it. You know, the tree was donezo after that. Oh, Tumwater Canyon. Okay, Tumwater Canyon. I was like, hang on, Tumwater is closed. What is that? Okay, you meant Tumwater Canyon. Yeah, west of Leavenworth due to debris. Yeah, I saw they had mileposts 57 through 85 closed yesterday, so they closed an extra 14 miles of US 2. With no ETA for repairing. Yeah, it says extends it past milepost 85. So milepost, let me remember these numbers again. 57 to 99 are now closed. Wait, did they extend it to 35 too? So they extended it to index. Okay, so they extended it from milepost. I'm trying to remember these numbers again. From 57 to 35 west of Scenic there. So it's now from 35 to 99. 64 miles, including Stevens Pass, closed of US 2. Will be very extensive. Yes, expect long delays. A couple other private Cessnas flying around and circling the flooding areas. The river pushed it over. Okay, yeah. So it did have a little bit of help falling over. It didn't just fall over willingly with stagnant water. That's a little different, but yeah, it must have been an old tree. It just gave up. Like Tanya said, 127 likes, 147 of you guys watching on YouTube. Does help everyone, and it's free. So, actually, fun fact, it sounds like Ben with Washington Weather Chasers booked a Cessna flight with one of his friends, and he's going to be in the air tomorrow, I believe, over some of these North Sound rivers. So be on the lookout for that. I'm not 100% for sure if he's still going to do it, but that was either yesterday or a couple days ago. Washington Weather Chasers will be in a private airplane flying around the area. At least as of yesterday morning, I heard. See, do we have any new model runs here? I want to see what does the GFS show for Monday. Let's see, it shows something kind of similar. Yeah, it would be quite windy. I don't use this model. I don't use the GFS for wind, but it's kind of agreeing with the European here on a blustery day here Monday. This would go into the early evening hours by the looks of it, at least right now. So we are tracking some wind coming up Monday, potentially, that could cause some problems around the area. Look at that. It shows almost 60 degrees. Do you guys see that there? At 4 p.m. Monday. Actually shows some areas getting right around 60 degrees. In the middle of December, everyone. Because of that Pineapple Express coming into the area. In case you guys weren't here to hear it, we're expecting another atmospheric river. This time a textbook Pineapple Express extending perfectly from Hawaii into the Pacific Northwest. That's going to drive higher humidity and temperature levels over the area. Look, see that? Temperature 58, dew point 54 for a lot of these areas. It is going to feel moist throughout the day on Monday. It's literally going to feel like Hawaii out there, and it's likely going to be pouring down rain around this time too. But then right behind that, we're watching this weather maker here. It moves into a more favorable spot. If it moves in even about 30 miles south of where it's forecasted to move into, could spell some wind problems for some areas around the Puget Sound Monday afternoon. It's entirely possible. The atmospheric river Pineapple Express system itself probably won't, but the cold front coming through could bring some convection with it. That there's an outside chance of maybe hearing a thunderclap in one or two areas. I can't even begin to guess where those would be. Let's check lightning flash density just to see. Yeah, it's got the potential. See, all of these little gray dots here, those are small but non-zero potentials. You usually don't see this too much, especially during this time of the year. Yeah, we could have a couple thunderstorms embedded with that. This would be between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on Monday. So, yeah, very small, very minimal, but non-zero thunderstorm chance. See, it's extremely hit or miss. There's a huge spread here around the area. So I can't count out no thunder or lightning on Monday, too. There's not much convection here. Let's see if we can see. Let's go most unstable Cape here. There's a little bit of Cape, especially off the coast here. This is the measure of energy for thunderstorms, potential energy. Check mixed layer Cape. Nope, nothing there. Check lapse rates. Yeah, it's going to be extremely conditional because we don't have favorable lapse rates, which is decrease in temperature with height. You want the slope to be sharper, which is darker colors up here. We just don't have the favorable lapse rates, and let's check shear for that time too. There will be a lot of bulk shear from the surface to 18,000 feet. So any of these storms, if we do have any storms, they could rotate possibly. So again, funnel cloud possibility, but it's very, very conditional. I have to say right now, it's extremely conditional. This again is in response to the question about thunder and lightning possibly Monday. Come in and leave quickly. Yes, should come in and leave pretty quickly. We're not expecting any widespread winds around the area. But could be pretty strong at times though. So just a heads up. See, that would be pretty significant over much of the area. Even out here for Enumclaw up over 40. But expect a downtrend with this. So Kim Leonard, I promise it most likely will not happen like this. This should show pretty strong wind gusts around the area, but expecting a downtrend. The model runs 2 days ago were not showing anything like this, but the last couple model runs were suggesting this, but probably going to see a significant downtrend. So I'd say shave 10 to 15 miles per hour off of these expected amounts, and we'll call that Christmas. Yeah, Monday storm looks a bit mean initially, but it could be all bark, no bite. We're watching it very closely, and if confidence increases, we'll probably have another little discussion forum live stream Sunday, and maybe earlier on in the day Monday too. But again, it'll be pretty conditional. Skagit is it at 33.8 feet? You're talking about the one downstream here? Yes, 33.41 feet as of 11:15. That is correct. Supposed to be driving to Arizona with my wife tomorrow. Oh, you have to drive, you have to go to Arizona for work? Really? You must work with some sort of government service. Or do you have some crazy job that's outside of the government that you have to travel cross state to do? That he would have to leave his 18-year-old daughter and 3 dogs home during a flood. Sound cut out. Sounds okay. Sounds okay on my end. Kim, I know you were having that issue before. Let's see if that fixes it. I think it may just be on one person's end. Because audio is being picked up fine on my audio input, and it says that the audio bitrate is streaming good on my streaming services here. So, shouldn't be having any audio issues. Highway 9 closed both directions at Marsh Road. If that's in Snohomish, then it's about time. Yes, it is about darn time they close that highway. They should not have let it stay open that long. If for evacuations, I understand, but for just regular domestic use, then I wouldn't condone keeping that highway open. I'd say as soon as the first flood warning went out, I probably would have considered shutting it down to local use and just have it turn uphill for evacuation only. You know, like contraflow. Like you usually see during hurricanes, for example. I see 906. Yes, I saw that yesterday. 906 up at Hayek. Snoqualmie Pass, completely washed out due to water. You're a remodeler. Scored a nice job in warm weather. Hey, good for you. That's awesome. Yeah, again, Highway 9 now closed at Marsh Road down here, South Snohomish. I'm hoping they have Highway 9 closed from city limits up the hill here to at least past Lolo Larimer Road. That's what I would hope for, at least. Ugh. Sorry, guys. Been a long week of coverage for sure. I've never done this much streaming ever before. I-90, last time I checked, is still closed eastbound. Milepost 29 to 30 in North Bend. Yeah, still closed here. Heavy traffic backing up into Issaquah out of Preston here. And there's even an accident here as well, so that's adding to it. Yeah, people are being forced to get off here at Snoqualmie Parkway. It looked like they were going through Snoqualmie at first, but now it looks like they closed Highway 202 here too. So it looks like you'll have to get off at North Bend Way here and go around North Bend and then jump back on the I-90 here. And I was watching Michael Snyder's live stream yesterday, Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, and there were semis going through the towns down there. Yeah, people are, and again, Highway 18, no access through Tiger Summit. Sent 2 more pics. I'll be on the lookout for them. Yeah, there we go. So, Kent Valley. This is from Mad Max SMP here on YouTube. Again, Kent Valley, look, that car is up to the fender wells there. You know, top of the wheel well can barely be seen. Yeah, lots of inundation there. Thank you, Max, for sending those in. Appreciate that. Credit goes to him, Max Prince, everyone. Yeah, pretty much drying out around the area for right now. Should give a lot of these rivers a chance to breathe. There's some passing showers north of Everett now over the Cascades, but that's really about it. Outside of that, most people enjoying a little break in the rain today. Great news for all of us, especially those experiencing or about to experience flooding in this area. Yeah, stay away from the Snoqualmie Valley at all costs, for sure. More choppers above my head, says Tanya. Again, now, next story really is just watching what happens with this Pineapple Express and the wind right behind it. Yeah, it shows, this looks like it, but this is an elongated cold front coming through. This is going to drag in some moisture, but it's not going to do too much. See, it's going to be in and out fairly quick. These frames are in intervals of 3 hours, and you see it's in and out in about 6 at best. But then the Pineapple Express is expected to move in. Which again, this pattern looks a bit more progressive than what we just had, which is good. But you see, possible wind right behind it too. This would be a pretty potent mid-latitude cyclone. Even if it's only around 994 millibars when it moves in. If it moves into a pretty good spot around here, it could mean some big wind for some area. Which we cannot afford with just having another Pineapple Express come through. You know, likely, a plume is likely to impact us sometime between 1 a.m. Monday and 1 p.m. Monday. And then some wind possible from 4 p.m. on to about 10 p.m. or so. So you notice that pressure gradient around the area. You see that little divot here. This would be the strong cold front moving into the area. That would kick up the winds quite a bit. The real question is, how close does the center of low pressure come? Because the pressure rise would be pretty significant with this over areas to the south of the area of low pressure, the center of low pressure. How's JBLM looking? Okay right now. Not seeing any wind reports in that area. The wind's pretty much calm for most of us right now. And rain has cleared out of the area. So overall, JBLM looking just fine. And there's no rivers up there to worry about up on that hill. Make sure I eat something. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, right? Oh, look at that. My stepsister just had her baby today. Gold Bar and Kelso. Ooh, that's quite a spread. Our Gold Bar and Kelso looking. If you're talking about right now, Kelso is fine from the river flooding. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for the congrats. Yeah. I'm officially a step uncle for a third time, but don't tell my parents I said that. Yeah, I consider myself an uncle. I don't usually say step when it comes to being an uncle. I know my stepmom, if she was watching right now, she'd be whipping me upside the head. No, but anyways, in all seriousness, Kelso still minor flooding at the moment. There's still a flood warning in effect, but is expected to dip below flood stage by tomorrow night. So still some minor flooding here in Kelso city limits along the Cowlitz. But other than that, not too impactful. And Gold Bar, still not having a good time up here in Gold Bar right now. We missed out on the all-time record high, which is good. And we're starting to see a rapid decrease, which is even better. We should be down in the moderate flood stage, hopefully by the next update we have here. Which, again, is really helping out those communities downstream. You know, Index, Gold Bar, Sultan, Startup, Monroe area. Could be getting a little break from this later on. And that's awesome to hear, Tanya. She has a step uncle as well. Yeah, I'm trying to accommodate my niece to me some more. She's just shy of 2 years old, and she's still kind of afraid of me. So we're working. We're making slow progress, but it's working out. Yeah, Pierce County Sheriff's Office, level 3 evac for South Prairie. Again, that is from, in case you guys missed it earlier, there's also a level 2 up in South Prairie as well. Again, remember, Highway 162 to the west, closed. South Prairie Road to the north, closed. So you're pretty much forced to go to the east here. But this is from Emory Avenue to South Prairie Road up to 126th. So if you're in this little area here, this little area along the river here, including this little strip here, you go to satellite view, there are quite a few houses and a few businesses here as well. It's like Arnold's Grocery has to evacuate. That's a gas station also. And then these two houses, and then these houses here are all on mandatory evacuation notice. So Arnold's Grocery and then these houses are on mandatory. But there is a level 2 also. From Foothills Trail across Rainier Avenue and Southeast 2nd to the creek here. This little square, this little polygon here, I'm going to say polygon here, is on standby. So these houses here, there's only like 9 or 10 houses affected by this level 2. but they should be ready to go at a moment's notice. Again, Prairie Creek is major flooding at this time. Is expected to begin to decrease here very shortly. It actually dipped in the moderate stage there for a second. We don't have any updates in the last hour and 48 minutes, so it's most likely out of major flood stage at the moment. Which means hopefully they may lift that level 3. It may be downgrade that level 2 possibly. Cedar flooded my block, still rising and many homes are underwater. Yeah, this is why I was hoping that the cities of Maple Valley and Renton would have communicated this better. A lot of people in Renton didn't know, that they were in the Cedar Valley floodplain, and areas along 169 following the Cedar River ended up underwater today with very little notice. They had the flood warnings out. Yes, they had the flood warnings out, but I wasn't seeing very good communication from the cities themselves. Arnold's Grocery, I'll be back. Eventually, they'll be back. Hopefully, everything's still intact. And the store itself is not, wiped out by a flood. So yeah, that's Dustin saying the Cedar River flooded his block, still rising and many homes are underwater as of now. I know Renton was getting sandbags ready for everyone, but they haven't had anything in terms of voluntary evacuations though. So I feel like that should be communicated better in the future. Like if there's a major flood warning, you should consider evacuation. And they should do a better job of pushing that, in my opinion. .410, last time I checked, 410 was still closed at Traffic Avenue. Any wind coming tonight? Not that I can see. Yeah, 410 still closed. So Traffic Avenue, so from Highway 167 through Valley. They closed the on-ramp onto westbound 410 as well. You cannot get on the 410. They're making you get off here at East Main here if you're going eastbound here. So, okay, and you can get on the 410 at 167. So it's from Traffic Avenue to Valley Avenue. So yeah, you can jump on the 167 from Traffic Avenue. And you can get off of 167 on the Traffic Avenue. But heavy traffic here and not moving anywhere along Highway 410 from Traffic Avenue here. And look at that. Look at all the people trying to get off 410 right now. It is not good in Sumner right now. Red everywhere in Sumner. A lot of people trying to come down from Bonnie Lake right now. Just, if you don't have to travel right now, just don't. Honestly, just don't travel right now. Had a U-fill station in Renton, but there was no way to fill enough to bag the riverbanks in one day. Yeah, Maple Valley could have done a lot more, honestly. Yeah, the jurisdictions have a lot of work to do, and I hope they learn a lesson in the future. And prepare better. Looks like they just closed off Fur Island access from Conway. Oh, hang on, we're disconnecting for some reason. What is going on? Ooh. I think my Explorer.exe just crashed. Just flickered and showed every drive that I have connected. Hopefully I think we're still going. Okay, good. So Fur Island access no longer possible in Conway from what I just heard. Not showing up here yet. It must have just happened. Moved from Bonnie Lake just in time. Wow, 410 is awful. Yeah, couldn't have told me any better than that. All just a mess, 100%. Dyke Road to Summers Road. Okay, so Dyke Road. Where's Summers at? Oh, Summers Drive here. Okay. So, when it starts out as Best Road here. So, Best Road near LaConner. From Summers Drive, crossing across the Skagit, where it turns into Fur Island Road. Is closed all the way from Summers Drive here to Dyke Road here in Conway. So, this road here is now closed. Well, I feel like, and this is opinionated, but I feel like Maple Valley and Renton lacked communication when it comes to the severity of the Cedar River. Tomorrow for Mount Vernon downstream is predicted to be the worst time, yes. Max crest still about 1.7 feet above the all-time record level in Mount Vernon, occurring around 10 a.m. tomorrow. But I do expect that to go down since the rain is coming to an end around this area. Debbie Frosch, hello, welcome in. Okay, this is from Skagit County Road Closure. Okay, yeah, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan, for the heads up. But yeah, I just feel like the jurisdictions along the Cedar could have done a much better job getting the word out and preparing. Because I don't think they were ready for, all-time record highs along the Cedar. Let me just show you again what I'm talking about here. The Renton gauge is fixed, but we broke the all-time record high flood level here at Renton. And we got very close recently here at Landsberg, but it looks like we'll be safely below that record high. But in Renton, we broke that all-time record high along the Cedar here. It's interested to hear any low-lying parts of Renton if they're having any severe problems. Like, I'm talking about city limits of Renton. Because as far as I know, the Cedar River flows right through downtown and along the airport strip there. Skagit's at 34.02, still coming up. That must be... That's not at concrete, right? Yeah. Oh, that was too far. Okay. Yeah, concrete's decreasing, which is good news. Concrete should stay away from the all-time record high. The last update I have is from 12:15, and we're at 33.88 feet here in Mount Vernon, which, again, still major flood stage, with that all-time record high being threatened at this current pace. Hello, Kristen Stanford. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, at least last observation as of 12:15 here is 33.88 feet and still climbing steadily. Raining in Puyallup again. Yeah, it looks like we have a passing shower coming through. It's a very small one, so some may not even feel this. See, it just kind of formed out of thin air right there. Affecting areas south of Tacoma and Lake Tapps. So Enumclaw, Puyallup, Lakeland area. You may be feeling a little bit of rain right now outside. How's Stanwood doing with flood updates? Again, closely monitoring the Skagit, but the Stilly is going down, and quick. Okay, so the all-time record high did not get broken, not even close. At a peak crest of 20.17 feet down here in Arlington at 5:05 this morning. And it's about to fall below moderate flood stage. It just fell below moderate flood stage here. So down in the minor flood stage here along the Stillaguamish. But again, we did have several hours of major flooding this morning, early this morning. But we're at 17.43 feet as of 12:20 p.m. and projected to get below flood stage sometime between 4 p.m. 10 p.m. tonight. And continue to fall below flood stage here. It's kind of hinting with that Monday system, it gets up a little bit, but it's not currently forecasted to hit flood stage, that system. Probably due to how progressive it is. And it's going to move in and it's going to move out pretty much. It's going to bring heavy rain to some areas, but like I said, it's going to be fairly swift. So timing shouldn't be an issue with this. Hope the Renton library isn't flooded. Creek flows right under it. Can anyone tune in? Can anyone chime in on that? Renton library, does anyone know how that's doing right now? Library is still open surprisingly, someone just said. Wowza. 12:45, 34.1 still rising quickly. Light rain in Enumclaw. Thank you for the heads up. Tuning back in, hello Donkey Boat. Ferndale issued a voluntary evacuation for some parts of downtown. Yeah, rightfully so. I believe this is moderate flooding currently with major flooding forecast along the Nooksack. And right now they're forecasting major flood stage, but it looks like it probably won't reach it by 4 p.m. It may peak at higher or mid-end moderate flood stage. Again, these forecasts are changing quickly. So just be sure you stay tuned to these sites and listen to your local authorities. Even if they kind of underplay the threat. If you have the hunch to go, then please go. People along the White River and Pacific reporting it's higher than last night. Yeah, I see there's a lot of agreement in the comments about the cities having the potential to do better, for sure, especially on a communication standpoint. Dagmar says, seeing videos in my news feed, and that is true. White River is higher than it was last night. Some areas of Auburn and Pacific downstream. Yeah, I saw parts of Randy's stream last night when he was driving, and it definitely looked like a crucial situation along the Nooksack, 100%. I have another site for the river gauges for real time. All right, Keith, if you could let us know, please feel free to. Is this county specific, or? Oh, yep, there it is. Yeah, we'll share that right away. Okay, let's pull this up real quick. Facebook here. No. Make sure. How does this audio sound? Oh, it's going to glitch. Okay, never mind. Oh, it's lagging big time. Hang on, folks. I think I figured out why my audio sounds so hot, because my mic is at max gain. Yeah, I guess my audio, they brought it up. My audio did sound a little distorted. Just a little bit. Yeah, I figured out why, because my mic was maxed out. So hopefully that should help clean up the audio a little bit. Some of you guys may have had to turn up your audio after that. I was just turning down the mic just a tad bit. Okay, waterdata.usgs.gov. Okay then. Let's see how it sounds. This is a test. This is a test. Takes about 10 seconds for me to hear it. Oh yeah, it sounds much better. I can't believe I was talking with that audio for like the last several days. Oh, that's a huge improvement on audio quality. Okay, yeah, so we have a bunch of gauges here. All right. The Tilton River, a concern. Is Milton okay? Tilton River, where exactly is that? Oh, this might be a much better site than hang on. Yeah, this might be a much better site than the NOAA site, at least when it comes to the number of locations here. Okay, yeah, Keith, thank you for... Oh, Morton. Okay. Yeah, well, let's test this out. Let's see if we have a gauge for that. Sure enough, we do. Extremely above with the question mark. Oh, got startled by another phone call. Let's see, feet. It was up there. This... How long are we looking at? We're looking at a week. Looks to be going down, though. That's the good news. It looks to be going down for that. It said workers are starting to get worried that the bridge in Snohomish may either be damaged or may get damaged. May get damaged. Okay, here we go. This was shared to me by Little Bear Creek Weather. Voluntary evacuation notice, Thursday, December 11th. This is the city of Ferndale here. Again, city of Ferndale. Out of an abundance of caution, the city of Ferndale is warning the public of potential major flooding due to the unpredictable nature of floods. City strongly recommends that the public begins evacuation now. The area south of Main Street between 4th Avenue and the Nooksack River. The Whatcom Transit Authority Ferndale Station Facility. Ferndale Food Bank and Pilot McDonald's Retail Complex. And a couple very specific areas. So yeah, heads up, if you see your address or anywhere close to this address in that area, then you have a voluntary evacuation notice. So yeah, let's see if we can roughly identify these areas real quick. Hang on here. I was looking at the Diablo Reservoir last night, but it looks like it's starting to decrease steadily. So, in case anyone was worried about any dams relieving pressure upstream from the Skagit, it looks like it's less likely to happen today and further on after that. Yeah, I'll leave you a link. Whoever asked about the... Okay, I'll message this to you, Kristen. So, yeah, I'll share this link with you on Facebook so you can keep tabs on that for the future. Major flooding now over the border into Huntingdon, BC, just outside of Abbotsford. Everything is completely submerged. Just north of the border. Yeah, they've been putting out evac notices for them as well. Yeah, if you live in Ferndale, you should know exactly where the low areas are. 100%. You know, there's higher areas and there's lower areas. See, like higher areas, you'll be just fine. Let's see, there's already traffic disruptions in this area. It must have just started the voluntary evacuations. All right, 5 hours on the stream here. So south of Main Street between 4th Avenue and the Nooksack. Yeah, 4th Avenue and the Nooksack. So this area here. Basically the main downtown complex here of Ferndale. Voluntary evacuation. Just a heads up. Voluntary, not mandatory. They highly recommend you evacuate from this place. Very soon. Whatcom County Transit, Ferndale Food Bank, and McDonald's Retail Complex. So, these guys down here probably. Where's McDonald's Retail Complex at? But yeah, like they said, you should know if you're in the flood area. Yeah, it looks like this is the McDonald's Retail Complex area. At least there's a McDonald's there. But you should know where you are. Now, if you're up on the hill like this, you'll be alright. But if you're down in the valley here, then I'd highly recommend you start thinking about getting out of there, for sure. That's just the overall ordeal. He said that's northeast of the river. Okay. So, yeah, I was in the wrong area. Hold up. I just wonder if they have an interactive map to show you exactly where the areas are here. Basically, if you're on eye level with the Nooksack River, then you should think about getting out of there. That's basically the moral of the story. So yeah, again, I'll show this one more time, and I'll stop guessing. But 1580 Main Street, 1625 Main Street, and vicinity. An area south of Washington Street and east of 2nd Avenue, north and east of the railway there. So these areas, please consider evacuating along the Nooksack River. That's the moral of the story there. See, so here's the White River near Auburn gauge. It says extremely above, 88.43 feet. I'll probably have to mess around with the site a little bit. Again, I'll include this for you Facebook folks as well. Thank you, Keith, for sharing this with me. Other data. United States Geological Survey.net. .gov, I mean, .gov. Tagged you in a Washington State ferry post. Ship must have escaped mooring from the high water at Mukilteo when you have time. Let's go take a peek. If you mean on Facebook, I haven't gotten it quite yet. Still waiting for that. Oh, I botched the link. Hang on. We put a comma instead of a period. Try that now. Yep, it's fixed. Yeah. Eye level or below, basically. You know, if you don't stand above the river, then you might want to bail. Now, I'm just kind of experimenting with this site here real quick, too. But yeah, it shows extremely above. Let's see what the graph shows. We'll narrow down the selection here. Yeah, steady increase. And again, not to scale. So it may look like it's going up like twice, 3 times as much as before, but this is not the scale. Down below, this is 83 feet. Above, this is 89 feet, way up here. It's gone from 83.64 feet, December 4th, 1:30, to the most recent reading of 88.43 feet as of 12:15 p.m. today. And continues to increase at the moment. And they show percentiles too. That's interesting. I just don't think this site's as interactive as the previous one, in my opinion. And it just kind of, it's not as much of an enjoyable experience. But it does show really good data if you know what to look for here. I just prefer the previous site for interactivity purposes, in my opinion. I'm just used to this user interface now. Yeah, I'm still waiting for that post, Dagmar. It hasn't showed up on my end yet. Any alerts for the Green River in Auburn? Yeah. So let's go to the green, not the white. But yeah, both of these rivers are expected to remain above flood stage for the next week and beyond in this current forecast right now. Currently, they have a flood warning for moderate flooding possible with a crest above 12,000 cubic feet per second or 68.4 feet by 4 a.m. Saturday. Currently rising, but expected to drop right now. There's a small chance we could hit moderate flood stage earlier than what's shown, as soon as tomorrow morning. But just a heads up. It is predicting moderate flooding right now by 4 a.m. Saturday, and then remaining at above flood stage into the extended future. It's good to see. It looks like South Prairie Creek and Puyallup River have fallen off. Yeah, South Prairie Creek is dropping fast. Great news for them. And we really briefly hit major flood stage there again at the Puyallup. It was for maybe 2 hours at most, but we're falling back into moderate flood stage, which is really great news again. Is Skycomish or Snohomish crested yet? Let's find out. Skycomish has crested. It crested yesterday afternoon and continues to fall. Snohomish. Ooh, Snohomish near Monroe has an upward trend. That has not hit its crest yet. Just a heads up. And looks like right now is likely to threaten the all-time record near Monroe by 10 p.m. So not good for the Snohomish near Monroe. Snohomish near Snohomish will hold its crest. Get this. It will hold its record high crest until early tomorrow morning. So for the rest of today and the parts of early tomorrow morning, expecting the Snohomish River near Snohomish to hold its record high crest. Unfortunately. Brian Rock Rail fan, hello, welcome in. Glad to have you. Pardon me, everyone. Alright, folks, we've been on for 5 hours already. And how many of us do we still have here? I have a few of you hanging out on Facebook. Looks like most of you have left for the day, though. We still have 150 of you guys hanging out here on YouTube. When's the last time we've gone below 100 viewers? Around just after 8:30 this morning. So we've had over 100 of you guys viewing for nearly 5 hours. That's pretty crazy. Mess out here in Snohomish. Anyone in this area should prepare for snarled traffic with Highway 9 and the River Road closed. Oh, absolutely. We're already seeing traffic impacts down there. Absolutely. Yeah, so again, flood still increasing. The river level has not crested yet along the Skagit near Mount Vernon, but is expected to hit a crest by tomorrow morning. A lot of these other rivers have hit their crest and continue to recede, including the Stillaguamish here. But again, not a good situation for the Snohomish downstream here. They're going to hold its crest for another day or so, and then start to fall off. Again, in case you missed it, we're still missing about an hour of data here, but we broke the all-time high record several times here in Renton, along the Cedar. Yeah, we hit our crest here at Cowlitz. Should begin to fall out of major flood stage. They have readjusted this forecast. So now we're expecting it to fall below major flood stage, hopefully by tonight. The great news for Randall, Glenoma, and the east end of Rife Lake here. Yeah, sure thing. Glad to be here for you guys. Unfortunately, I'm kind of tempting wrapping things up here very soon. Would love to keep going, but guys, I'm pooped. I am honestly pooped. I need a good rest right now. But hopefully we've got a majority of the information out for people. Let you guys know about the forecast coming up. Possible wind on Monday. Another Pineapple Express system likely Sunday into Monday. It should be relatively quick moving, so impacts should hopefully be minimal. I'm more so worried about the wind right now, right after that on Monday. So we'll be watching that forecast again soon, and I'll post updates on that eventually. We're at this point we're outside of regular programming here on the channel. I've been dumping a good majority, if not all of my resources into the live stream, breaking live stream coverage on this. For a lot of areas now, it looks like we're on the apex of things, which is great news. Especially, really, if you're south of King County, looks like you're on the apex for the most part. Other than like South Prairie and Orting, which have some evacuations right now. Outside of that, there's really not much major going on south of Pierce County, unless you're in the town of Randall, really. But everything else is moderate or below. Pineapple Express, it's an atmospheric river that taps into subtropical moisture out of Hawaii. So it's extending up from Hawaii and into the Pacific Northwest. So it's an atmospheric river that taps into Hawaiian subtropical moisture. Not one of those ones that goes across the North Pacific or down in the areas like the Philippines, for example. You know, they dubbed that the Mango Express on Monday. So it's a kind of atmospheric river. It's water vapor transport from Hawaii up to areas like Washington, Oregon, and Vancouver Island. Randy has great pictures on his Facebook page of the flooding. Yeah, folks, I'd love to stay on, but unfortunately my body's turning against me, and I have to listen to it. I'm only going to ever have one body, you know? So, want to make sure I use it wisely. And my body's telling me that we're about done here for today. If anything breaking happens, as long as I'm not like dead asleep through it, like if we have any additional warnings issued, like a flash flood warning, for example, up in Burlington, which is looking less and less likely to happen, by the way, or like an evacuation for a major city, for example, then we may break back into live coverage here on Facebook and YouTube. But yeah, anyways, we've still been covering this for 5 hours today, which is pretty impressive. But I think we're about done with live coverage for the day. Yeah, we're gonna get things wrapped up here in just a moment because I gotta get myself cleaned up. I have to take a nap. I'm doing this on a very short fuse when it comes to sleep, so yeah, at least for now, we're going to wrap up our coverage for this afternoon. And in case anything super breaking happens, like any major alert or anything, then we'll break back into live coverage later on today. But for right now, I think we're going to begin to wrap things up. We're pretty much, like I said, other than a few spots south of King County, we're really on the apex of things. We're on the back end of things for now. It's really King, Snohomish, Skagit, and Whatcom counties that are urgent. But again, other great resources of information you can check out: Washington Weather Chasers on Facebook and YouTube, and Whatcom County Weather on Facebook and YouTube are other great sources of information around here. And some of them do live coverage from time to time as well. But yeah, eventually I'm planning on returning to regular programming, hopefully after Saturday. Because by then, all of these rivers in the area should have already hit their crest and begin to recede. So we're planning for some recovery Saturday, but we're hoping the rivers can recover in time before that next Pineapple Express comes through Sunday night and Monday. Because if there's any rivers still up towards moderate or major flooding, that could send them back into major flooding for a short while. It definitely has enough moisture to do that. Even if it's only over a 6 to 12 hour period, it's still plenty enough to do that in that case. Yeah, appreciate you guys for tuning in. But we're gonna wrap this thing up for now. For sure. You know, to say that I've been pushing myself to the limit to get this coverage out would be an understatement. I don't think I've streamed more than 12 hours in a week, and we did that in one day, not once, but twice in the last 4 days. So just think about it like that. A lot of breaking live weather coverage. Hopefully we saved a lot of lives. That is the expectation. Appreciate you guys for your real-time reports as well. Wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. A little last-minute message for you guys. If you guys liked the coverage today and over the last few days, please consider a small donation through this site. This is ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. Again, that'll be in the comment section. Sonia was double moderating. Yeah, Sonia, we're wrapping things up for today. So you came back at a good time. Then you can go back to your other site that you're moderating for full time. But yeah, this would be the best way to help support if you want future live streams like this in the near future. This is a full-time job and then some. We've been working overtime for a ridiculous amount of time already this week, but for a good reason, to help save lives and inform people around the area. Yeah, I see most of you guys are jumping ship already. Perfect time. Again, if you want to consider a small donation, this would be the way to do so. Heed all warnings and evacuation notices if that happens for your area. But thank you guys so much for tuning into live coverage. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. We're going to be wrapping things up for this afternoon. Again, if anything crazy happens, we'll break back into live coverage. But for the most part, unless you're King County northward, like I said, we should be on the back end of things for now. If we don't have another live stream today, expect another live stream tomorrow morning. Because that's going to be around the time things get crazy. At least that's the forecast for Mount Vernon area downstream. We'll be watching that very closely. And if you guys have any crucial updates, feel free to message me here on Facebook. If you're on Facebook. All right, sorry, I missed an update 18 minutes ago. But if you're still on here, Bridget Kelly, thank you for your donation of a coffee. And thank you, Dagmar DeVere, for donation of a coffee. And Dagmar's the one that's been delivering a lot of these notifications to me. So huge shout out to Dagmar DeVere on Facebook. Really, really useful information. Appreciate that big time. Yeah, if we don't go back into breaking coverage tonight, then I see you guys tomorrow most likely. Hopefully shouldn't have anything in the way. Now I think about it, I was thinking about streaming Sunday. We probably won't stream Sunday because of football Sunday. But hey, there's Ashley Kate Blaine-Duscher. Finally saw her for the first time in like a week plus. Welcome to the stream. Even if we're starting to wrap things up, welcome back. Been doing a lot of live stream coverage. I think I've live streamed over probably 40 hours in the last 4 days at least. And that's just being generous. Yeah, thank you again, Dagmar DeVere, for everything. Everyone says see you tomorrow. If you're watching on YouTube, again, make sure to ring that bell if you haven't already. Ring the bell for future live stream notifications like this in case we ever have any breaking live streams. And also, starting in about 2 to 3 days or so, I think 3 days, I'll be finally eligible to apply for the YouTube Partner Program here on YouTube. We can start to make things much more interesting here on the streams in the near future, such as memberships and super chats, which you guys have highly requested, and we're finally reaching that threshold. So, yeah, guys, with all of that being said, appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Again, Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. If we don't see you guys tonight for breaking coverage, then we will see you guys tomorrow. That's about it for any closing thoughts. Again, if you want to help donate, Coffee or Ko-Fi, ko-fi.com here. Thank you guys for sending in coffees. I see we got 3 ever since we last refreshed. See, someone was napping and listening too. That's awesome. Yeah, appreciate all the kind words, everyone. Really motivates me to keep doing this. Truly. And, the kind messages just go on and on and on. Even several days back. Like, I could just keep refreshing this. And it would just go back, even in the last week. Just a lot of coffees being donated. So, yeah. Yeah, take care, everyone. Stay safe. If you're in the floodplain, heed all warnings and evacuation notices. And we're going to leave off with that. Again, have a great day. Anthony signing off.